Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas. Thanks for being here for this special bonus episode. We know so many of you love our Greek mythology tales, and tonight we've brought together an epic selection of stories all about the Greek gods and goddesses. We ran this 12-part series throughout last year, so you may already be familiar with some or all of the episodes you'll be hearing. But if so, I really hope you enjoy listening again. Each story is narrated by me to keep things nice and consistent and ensure you're able to relax and sleep through without any sudden change in voice. Now this is an extra long episode, so you really can take your time listening along as you please, until you drift naturally and peacefully into sleep. So, get cozy. Take a nice deep breath, and let's begin our adventures with the gods and goddesses of ancient Greek myth. Zeus sits on Stephani, the highest point on Mount Olympus. He is resplendent in his robes, as white as spring clouds, and edged with gold like sunlight. Much of his face is covered by the most magnificent beard. It is long, full, silky, and slightly curly. It's nearly as iconic a symbol of his majesty as the lightning bolt fizzling and sparkling gently in his belt. His sharp eyes survey the great expanse of Greece and the surrounding areas. He faces south along the main peninsula of Greece and towards distant Libya and Egypt. To his right is the Ionian Sea that separates Greece from Italy. To his left is the Aegean Sea and all the little islands of Greater Greece. Zeus admires the world around him. The green of the land meets the brilliant blue of the water. Forests, farms, pastures, and mountains cover the fertile earth. He is the ruler of all of this, and so much more. Like his sacred animal, the eagle, Zeus has keen eyes that can see every corner of the earth, sea, and sky. His eyes fall on the island of Crete, where he was born and raised. Zeus heaves a great sigh as his mind travels back to his childhood. It was strange, even for an immortal. Before Zeus became the leader of the gods, his father Cronus was the ruler of all. Cronus, unlike Zeus, was mad with power and delegated nothing to his Titan siblings. His paranoia went so far that he swallowed whole all 5 of Zeus's older siblings the moment they were born. Zeus's mother Rhea suffered each consumption because she held out hope that her beloved husband would soften, relent, and come out of his madness. Yet with each baby she lost, she became more certain that the Titan she fell in love with was lost as well. When she became pregnant with Zeus, her sixth child, she hatched a plan. Rhea went to her mother and father for help. They were Gaia, the Earth Mother, and Uranus, the original Sky Father. They told her how to fool Cronus and save her child. Just before the time came for her to give birth, Rhea pretended to go through labor. Drawn by her sounds, Cronus arrives just in time to see her holding what he thought was a baby tightly wrapped in a blanket. Without a word, he took the blanket and swallowed it whole as before. He left Rhea alone, never realizing that the bundle he thought was a baby was actually a stone. Rhea then rushed off to Crete to give birth. So as not to arouse the suspicion of her husband, Rhea left the baby Zeus in the care of Gaia and a nanny goat called Amalthea. As an extra precaution against Cronus's paranoia, Gaia hung baby Zeus in a hammock from the branches of an oak tree in the weeks following his birth. There, suspended between the earth and the sky, Cronus couldn't see the infant. Zeus was fed by the nutritious milk of Amalthea and by the bounties of the earth provided by Gaia. He grew quickly from infant to toddler. The first sign of Zeus's prodigious strength came one day when he was playing with Amalthea. The goat would gently nuzzle the baby in the belly, making Zeus giggle with unbridled delight and sweetness. His tiny fist gripped one of her horns, and not knowing his own strength, the toddler god pulled his beloved nanny goat towards him. One of her horns broke clean off in his hand. Before Amalthea could react, the horn became filled with food. It overflowed with fruits at their peak ripeness, fresh vegetables, and newly baked breads. She looked in amazement as her horn was blessed by the infant as his first gift to the world. It would become known as the cornucopia, and it would never empty. Zeus giggled again, unaware of the incredible power he already possessed. Rhea came back to visit her son as often as she was able. But her smart son was always curious. One day, When he was about 10 years old, Zeus asked his mother why she couldn't stay longer with him and always had to leave. Rhea took his hand and walked with him to a point on the northwestern tip of Crete that looked back on mainland Greece. For several long moments, mother and son stood looking out over the perfect blue of the Mediterranean. The wind from the water blew up the cliff and rustled their hair with playful gentleness. Rhea took a deep breath, sat down on the soft turf, and told her son everything. She explained how his father changed from a passionate young titan to a ruthless dictator. When Rhea got to the part about Zeus's siblings, she saw a dark look pass over her son's face. By the time she finished her story, Helios, the sun god, had sunk to the horizon. Zeus sat with his mother, watching the sky turn from the pastel shades of the day to the vibrant colours of sunset. Rhea watched her son's face, which was bathed in a bright orange light. It made his eyes glitter like twin flames. Zeus opened his mouth and told his mother he wanted to help overthrow his father. From that day forward, Zeus began his training. Rhea was assisted in this training by her friend Metis, a wise oceanid, and by Gaia. These three powerful goddesses taught Zeus that a true leader delegates, trusts, and builds respect. They instilled in him that if a ruler must resort to fear to keep control, he has already lost it. Through their tutelage, Zeus grew from a naive boy to a just and wise man. Zeus comes out of his reminiscing and sends out a silent prayer of gratitude to the female deities who raised him. It has been many, many years since then. The world looked very different when he was a child god. There were no seasons, less variety in climates, and no human beings at all. Even the landscapes of the earth were different, changed and formed by the struggle for power between Zeus and Cronus. Zeus's eyes fall on Mount Othrys to the south. He can see the white caps of snow that cover the black stone of the mountain. Memories come to the surface like bubbles from the bottom of a clear stream. When the time was right and Zeus was fully grown, he started to create a plan with Rhea and Metis to free his siblings. Metis spent a month traveling around Greece, collecting specific herbs and brewing a special potion. When the concoction was ready, she took it to Rhea, and their plan properly began. Rhea travelled to Mount Othrys to find Cronus. Cronus sat on the mountain as majestic and powerful as ever. His huge form sat so still that he could have been carved from the black rock of the mountain itself. His eyes constantly searched the sky, sea, and earth for threats to his power. They fell on his wife, and she could see the weariness in them. As she approached, Cronus shifted the huge curved sickle in his lap. It was his symbol, and it was given to him by Gaia when he overthrew Uranus to become the leader of all existence. Rhea greeted her husband as if nothing was wrong. He complained to her of sleepless nights. His twisted mind had not allowed him to rest for many years now. Rhea explained that she had brought him something to help him sleep, offering up a stone bowl containing Metis's potion. Cronus took the mixture and drained it immediately. Rhea kept her gaze fixed on Cronus, but saw a flash out of the corner of her eye that told her Zeus was in position. At first, nothing appeared to happen. Slowly, like the first light of a winter dawn, a change started to break over Cronus's features. With very little warning, he opened his mouth, and out came 5 fully grown figures. Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Hades, and Hestia all appeared, confused but perfectly unharmed. Cronus, having expelled his children, began to lose consciousness. Metis, in her cleverness and wisdom, mixed poppies and lavender into the potion to put Cronus to sleep. Zeus, his mother, and his siblings were free to escape and regroup. Before any further steps could be taken to wrest control of the world from the Titans, the newly arrived gods and their mother took an evening to reconnect. Sheltered once again on the island of Crete, the newly reunited family ate, drank, and got to know one another. Rhea sat at one end of the table, her lovely face glistening with tears of joy to see her children all together and healthy. To one side of her sat her 3 daughters, and on the other side sat her 3 sons. Zeus laughed loudly, his booming voice reverberating up and down the table. Poseidon contained a playful, changeable energy. He would switch from cloudy sadness at having lost so much time trapped in his father to bright joy at their release, to serious determination at the road ahead. Nearly the opposite of Poseidon, Hades was calm and steady. His emotions were not extreme in any direction, but the slight smile on his lips hid deep wells of happiness at this moment. Hestia sat in quiet contentment, listening to the raucous laughter of her siblings and smiling sweetly. Demeter nurtured the conversation, always asking questions and laughing at the right times. Her open and comforting aura put her family at ease in her presence. More than a match for any of the others, even Zeus, Hera quickly established herself as a natural leader, with a quick wit and boundless confidence. Immortals like the gods and the titans are not bound to the same laws of nature as humans and animals. Though Zeus and Hera were siblings, their eventual pairing was not at all strange or uncommon. The one evening of bliss under the bright stars wore on, and before the young gods knew it, Eos, goddess of the dawn, threw back the gates of the sun palace to bring forth another day. It was the first of many in which Zeus and his allies would spend wresting power over the very young world from the older generation. But not all titans were opposed to the young gods. Two of Zeus's closest allies were the Titan brothers, Prometheus and Epimetheus. Once again, Zeus finds himself back in the present day, with the wisps of memory clearing from his mind, like clouds on a windy day. He looks down on the ever-spreading and advancing humans. They are so creative, tenacious, and surprising. How many of them know that they would be little more than upright cattle had it not been for Prometheus and his unending love for mankind? Zeus rises from his great seat and begins his descent from Mount Olympus. He arrives quickly at the tree line, welcoming the shade of the pines around him. He shrinks slightly to allow the trees to tower over him. The green needles bring the fresh scent of life to the air. The great god is deep in thought and pays little mind to the direction of his feet. He is invisible to humans and merely wishes to experience the simple pleasure of a long walk through nature. He runs his hands against the bark of the trees as he passes. How many lives of trees has he seen on this mountainside? It would be impossible to count, but it comforts him to think that the silent trees witness more of his comings and goings than any other creature. It isn't long before he hears the sound of a river close by. Zeus moves instinctively towards the sound. The warmth of the spring sunshine has been working daily on the snowcaps of Olympus. As they shrink, the springs, rivers, creeks and pools covering the mountain begin to grow. Zeus comes through the last few trees to find the river coursing over stones and towards the sea. It has a carved path down the mountain that is deep and well worn, though Zeus can remember when it was just a shallow stream. The water is clearer and more pure than glass. Zeus can see every detail of the riverbed and admires the way the sunlight reflects off the flowing water onto the rocks of the bank. They ripple like snakes of golden light. Zeus sits on a large rock and puts his godly feet into the cool stream. He presses his bare feet into the soft mud at the bottom of the river. The feeling of the clay brings him back to another sunny afternoon in the early days of his reign. He was so much younger then and was struggling with his new role as the king of the gods. It wasn't the power or the responsibility that had bothered him, but the certain feeling that something was missing from the world. Something important and unlike anything seen in existence before. When the idea finally arrived in his mind, when he finally figured out what it was that was missing, he went straight to Prometheus. It was another perfect day. There were no seasons yet, so every day was the perfection of a late spring afternoon. Everything bloomed constantly, and there was never a chill in the air. Zeus had practically flown down from Olympus when the idea struck him like one of his own thunderbolts. He proceeded to run as fast as he could down the mountain, calling out the name of his best friend, Prometheus. Zeus was so giddy with his new idea that after only a few minutes of searching, he grew impatient and leapt into the sky. His strong, godly form changed into that of an eagle. In his eagle form, Zeus allowed the warm thermals of air to lift his body high above the earth. His great yellow eyes searched the perfect green land below him for the familiar shape of the Titan. Zeus's brown feathers ruffled slightly in the wind, and the sun reflected off his bright yellow beak. He only needed to flap once or twice, mainly allowing the natural flow of the air to carry him at great speed. He drifted over a world untamed. The forests were dark, deep, and unending. The waters of the ocean were free from ships or travelers of any kind. But both the land and sea were slowly being filled up. The marbled map of blue, greens, and browns beneath Zeus's wings finally revealed his prize. Two titans as tall as a pair of ancient oaks rested in an open clearing. Zeus circled them as he descended. He returned to his normal form a few feet from the ground and landed gracefully between the two brothers, Prometheus and Epimetheus. Prometheus opened one eye to look at his friend. He asked Zeus if he had more tasks for the two titans to complete. They had been spending the past few weeks creating the animals of the world and bestowing gifts upon them. Zeus's delight with their work so far was exemplified by the fact that he took the form of an eagle at nearly every opportunity. It was the first creature the brothers made and presented to Zeus as a gift. The eagle immediately became his sacred animal. Zeus smiled down at Prometheus and told him that he did indeed have another project for his friend. He told Epimetheus to continue working on the animals and led Prometheus towards the banks of a great river nearby. While they walked, Zeus explained his plan. He loved every new animal that they showed him. Each one had its own purpose and use in the world, which then informed the way other animals lived and interacted. He was amazed and intrigued by the way that the animal world was emerging from the hands of the brothers, with an inherent structure and hierarchy. Zeus spent several long minutes fawning over Prometheus's skills and inherent talent, until Prometheus stopped his friend and asked him directly what it was that he wanted. The two immortals were now at the bank of the river. The flow of the water added a rhythmic and untamed soundtrack to their discussion. Zeus told Prometheus that he wanted to create another type of creature, something that looked like the gods, with the ability to speak and learn. a race of beings that would be below the immortals but above the animals. Creatures that were entertaining, creative, interesting, and bold. Prometheus listened in wonder to Zeus's plan. His imagination caught a spark of the idea and turned into a blaze. Soon enough, the two friends were as giddy as one another. They spoke over each other, adding new ideas and laughing excitedly. Prometheus agreed to take on this project with Zeus. He cast around the bank of the river until his eye fell upon the ground itself. He told Zeus to leave him be for a while and come back to this spot in the afternoon when the sun began to set. He also told him to bring the goddess Athena. Zeus didn't question his friend's instructions and left him there on the riverbank. He leapt into the air and transformed back into an eagle. The call of an eagle pulls Zeus out of his memory. His feet still in the stream, Zeus looks up, trying to glimpse the bird through the trees that lean lazily over the water. He stands and begins to follow the stream down to the foothills. The sun pours through the canopy of the woods, dazzling the ground in little droplets of sunlight. The trees become less dense, and the pines give way to other trees. Before he knows it, Zeus finds himself in a grove of large oaks. Their leaves are the brightest green, with not a single hint of yellow. They wave on their branches, shuddering with each gentle blow of the wind. Zeus takes a break under a large tree to pause and appreciate the moment. He is the king of the gods and the ruler of all, so an afternoon without the pressure of responsibility is rather rare. He rests a large hand on the trunk of a tree, feeling the decades of life flowing beneath its bark. The movement of a cloud across the sky brightens the scene as it makes way for the full force of the sunshine. Zeus, drawn by the warmth and light, moves away from the tree and continues on his journey. He comes to a small cliff overlooking the foothills. Spread below him like an intricate painting is a human settlement. The red tile roofs stand out against the warm golds, browns and yellows of the land around them. The buildings themselves are whitewashed, reflecting the brightness of the day. Zeus can see the carts and wagons of farmers. The market stalls and the lines of drying clothes strung between the buildings. He watches children chase one another and women gathering to share news. Old men sit together under the shade of olive trees and play games or reminisce. The marvel of human life is spread below him, and Zeus cannot help but remember the day they were made. When Zeus returned to Prometheus just before sunset on that afternoon, so many years ago, the sky was a masterpiece of colour and form. Where there was perfect, spotless blue during the day, there was now a gradient of hues, melding beautifully from bright orange into pink and finally to a dark purple that preceded night. The wispy clouds were like streaks of vibrant gold thrown there by a passionate painter. Zeus dipped and whirled through the sky as an eagle, barely able to contain his excitement. He landed softly on the ground next to Prometheus, just as his friend was standing up to stretch. Prometheus had been hard at work all day. From the soft clay of the riverbank, he had created nearly a dozen figures. He collected and mixed the clays into every colour he could think of, creating beings that were diverse and beautiful. He and Zeus looked at them with unabashed pride as the clay figures baked gently in the heat of the early evening. Prometheus looked around, about to ask for Athena, when the goddess stepped out of the woods. On her shoulder sat an owl, her constant companion and a symbol of her great wisdom. She walked over to peer down at Prometheus's handiwork. She immediately proclaimed them to be perfect. In order to bring these figures to life, Zeus and Athena needed to bestow life upon them. Zeus licked his thumb and wiped it gently across the face of each figure, putting a bit of himself into the new race. They would be strong, charismatic, and leaders of the natural world. Athena then breathed at each one, imbuing them with some of her wisdom and intelligence. For a few moments, nothing happened. The clay figures laid still, as perfect as ever. Suddenly, one at the end of the line moved his fingers. Another blinked her eyes. Before long, they were all on their feet, stretching their limbs and interacting with one another. Athena and Prometheus beamed at the humans, but Zeus was overjoyed. In the following months and years, Prometheus and Epimetheus taught humans everything that they thought these new beings would need, such as farming, language, and crafting. Epimetheus had already given things like warm fur coats, wings, and the ability to breathe water to the animals. So the brothers decided that man must use his wits to survive in ways that animals did not. Zeus oversaw the development of humans and only had one rule: no fire. Zeus believed that humans would become too dangerous with fire and feared for their safety. Prometheus disagreed, asserting that humankind was smarter than Zeus knew. As king of the gods, however, Zeus was not to be disobeyed. One evening, Zeus was having dinner on Olympus with the other gods. He wondered briefly where Prometheus was, but figured that his friend was down with the humans. He spent more and more time with the new beings these days. Zeus put the thought from his mind and focused on the excellent meal. Apollo played the lyre for them, while Hermes sang. It was a lovely evening beneath the deep blue ceiling of the sky and the silver glittering of stars. Selene, the goddess of the moon, was bright in the sky. It wasn't until Zeus chanced to look down from the mountain top that he noticed dozens of little amber dots of light across the world. He knew immediately that humans had acquired fire, and who had given it to them. A hand comes to rest gently on Zeus's shoulder, drawing him back to the present day. He looks around to see the smiling face of Prometheus. His friend asks Zeus what he has been thinking about. Zeus gives him a wry smile and tells him he was remembering when humans first started to use fire. Prometheus smiles wider and asks Zeus if he still believes Prometheus did the wrong thing. Zeus admits that giving the new race of humans the gift of fire was right. All the gods, Zeus included, are constantly surprised and delighted by the way humans tame and use fire for their benefit. They create everything from delicious foods to works of art. Fire heats them, protects them, helps them, and bows to their will. Humans need fire, Prometheus, the deity of forethought, saw that when Zeus could not. Now, Zeus and his friend look down on the humans as they go about their business. They are like tiny little flames themselves. They burn bright with creativity, passion, and vivacity. Humans are the perfect outcome of Zeus's vision for the world. They are his proudest creation. Helios makes his way across the sky in the chariot of the sun, while the two immortal friends watch over their creations. Eventually, the call of duty brings their gaze back up the mountainside to the summit of Olympus. Prometheus turns back first, allowing Zeus one more moment of solitary reflection. Down in the human village, a young boy glances up at the mountain and thinks he sees a huge figure standing on an outcrop of cliff, beaming down at him. The boy blinks and the figure is gone, but the warm feeling of deep affection remains. The summit of Mount Olympus looks down over the still very young world. Zeus has wrestled control of the cosmos from his father's generation and has but one important duty left. The goddess Hera looks down on the world, contemplating the day ahead of her. It is the most important day of her young life. She has fought hard during the War of the Titans, and now she gets her reward. She feels the breath of Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, against her cheek. She knew this day would come, but didn't expect to be nervous. Below her stretches out the entirety of Greece. It is untouched by humans, as they have not yet been created. The glittering blue of the Mediterranean calls out to Hera from the distance. From this vantage point, Hera can also see above the cloud line. Her view is split in two. Below, the browns, greens, and blues of the world. Above, she sees the white landscape of clouds that dominate the sky. Heaven and earth are held in her eyes. A small voice from behind her calls out for her attention, and Hera turns away from the view. Hebe, her youngest child, toddles up to Hera. Hera picks up the tiny goddess and places a kiss on her forehead. A prophecy and peek into the future flashes through Hera's mind like one of Zeus's thunderbolts. Hebe will be the goddess of youth. Hera smiles to herself, thinking about the vast range of talents, skills, and responsibilities her children hold. All of her children were born during the course of the war, so it is unsurprising that her oldest children, Ares and Hephaestus, should be attached to the powers of war. Ares is the god of battles, warriors, heroes, and war. Hephaestus is the god of fire, volcanoes, the forge, and crafting, though his skills are mainly put to crafting weapons and armor to an incredible standard and beauty. Even her daughter Eris is the goddess of discord, and what is war at its heart but extreme discord? Hera wonders, though, how sweet Hebe and her sister Aletheia, goddess of childbirth, came to be so different from their siblings. The goddess puts the matter from her mind as she sets Hebe down and lets the child toddle off towards Aletheia, who sits not far away. Hera counts her blessings to have 5 strong and powerful divine children. She casts her eyes over them now, all arrayed around the palace of the gods, waiting for the event to begin with the other guests. Aletheia babysits Hebe. Eris stands in a dark corner with Hecate and the other underworld gods. Ares boastfully and loudly tells a story amongst a group of warriors. Hephaestus stands to one side, in deep conversation with his assistants, the Hecatoncheires, no doubt talking about something to do with crafting. Hera smiles to herself and feels her nerves calm at the sight of her children. A voice that booms like thunder pulls her attention away, and she immediately makes herself invisible. Zeus comes around the corner, the grin on his face melting away like snow in a heavy rain when he cannot see her. She stifles a giggle and reminds him that he is not permitted to see her before the wedding. Zeus's great brow crinkles in mock sadness. He begs her to make herself visible, grasping around for her. Hera nimbly avoids his outstretched hands and sends him on his way, telling him she will see him at the altar. He gives up and obeys her orders, as always. Hera is not a goddess to be disobeyed. The sudden eruption of music lets her know that the time has come. she makes herself visible once again and steps out into the crowd of gods, demigods, titans, nymphs, and immortal beings. They all turn to watch her as she picks her way through the gathering. The faces of friends, family, and nearly all of creation smile back at her. Hebe waves at Hera from her sister's arms and loudly announces that that is her mother. Hera laughs with everyone else. The last few people in the crowd make way for her, and she finds herself in front of an altar covered in flowers, beside which stands Zeus. Hera feels the soft grass beneath her feet as she walks towards Zeus. She has been planning this day for so long that she can hardly believe it is happening. She has known for a long time, due to her prophetic powers, that it is her destiny, her moros, to become the Queen of Heaven. Nevertheless, the responsibility and duty of her future have been making her nervous. Yet, at this moment, as she walks towards the god that will be her husband, she doesn't feel any anticipation. She is ready for the job ahead of her. She is about to participate in the first wedding ever, but it will not be the last time that she achieves a first. She is Hera, and as such is the mother guardian of the entire cosmos. The wedding is happening now because Zeus and Hera promised one another that they would have a ceremony and a celebration once the war was over. Finally, the day has come. This is not just a union of two gods, but also a ritual to welcome peace and establish the Olympians as the rulers of all. It is both a marriage ceremony and a coronation for Hera, and most definitely the happiest moment of her life so far. The ceremony is simple. Zeus and Hera pledge themselves to one another and to the just ruling of the cosmos. They name their children as signs of their strong partnership and declare all of creation their offspring and under their protection. They seal their vows with a tender kiss, and the gathered crowd cheers boisterously. And so it is done. The celebration commences immediately, and the guests begin to cheerfully set up for a very special competition. In preparation for the wedding, Zeus and Hera put it all through the world that they would hold a contest for the best dish at the feast. The winning food or drink would be the chosen dish of the gods, and the maker would be granted a single boon from the royal couple. Hera thought it appropriate that they start their marriage with a joint decision, something to show the world that she and Zeus are now a unified pair. All through the main ballroom of the heavenly palace, creatures and beings assemble themselves and their offerings. Animals, insects, nymphs, dryads, oceanids, satyrs, and everything in between look around eagerly, awaiting the start of the judging. The collection of dishes and generally edible things reflects the great variety of creatures that made them. Some things would be digestible or delectable for a spider, while others would be appetizing to a bear instead. Hera and Zeus, like all immortals, can eat anything they want. Zeus and Hera make their way down the line of beings. They greet each one with the regality and poise that is afforded to them as the king and queen of heaven. Hera takes great pleasure in looking each creature in the eye and connecting with them before trying their dish. She admires the large eyes of a doe, shakes the soft hand of a Nereid, and pats the fluffy fur of a wolf. Finally, Hera and her new husband come to a tiny, fuzzy bee. The black and yellow creature alights softly on Hera's finger and peers at her with large eyes. The bee folds her delicate gossamer wings and proffers a tiny cup with 2 drops of a golden substance inside. Hera takes a sip before passing it to Zeus. The drop touches her tongue and blossoms in her mouth like nothing she has ever tasted before. It is both sweet and floral, yet it doesn't cloy at her taste buds with sweetness or clog up her nose with perfume. It's somewhere between a paste and a liquid. Hera imagines it mixed with hot water and mint leaves for a warming drink, or smothered on freshly baked bread. Just as the flavor is slowly fading away, she looks at her husband and knows immediately that they are of the same mind. This marvelous food is their choice. Hera asks the bee what it is called, and the bee replies that it is honey. Hera inquires more about how honey is made. The bee takes the Queen of Heaven through her process. She bobs through the air, going from flower to flower and collecting pollen. the sticky pollen attaches to her fuzzy body as she visits every bloom she can find. The bee tells Hera that she makes honey from the pollen of many flowers, but that the flavor and aroma can be changed by adding more or less of one plant or another. Hera listens, enraptured by the ingenuity of this little creature. She can tell that Zeus is mostly interested in finding more honey than listening to how it's made. But Hera ignores him. She congratulates the bee on her creation and announces to the gathered guests and contestants that this honey is the winner. With a wave of her hand, Hera puts a small cup of honey in the claw, paw, hand or mandible of every creature in attendance. They all taste together, with nearly everyone agreeing that the honey is the clear winner. Zeus announces that honey will henceforth be ambrosia, the food of the gods. He imbues it with the power to turn mortals immortal, if offered from the hand of a god. As the cheering and celebration die down, Hera turns back to the bee. The little creature is quivering with suppressed joy and excitement. Hera tells her that her time has come to ask for a boon or favor from the queen and king. The bee pauses for a moment, considering her answer. Then she launches into a desperate plea for a way to defend herself. The bee outlines how long it takes to make even a small amount of honey, and how any other creature can easily take her honey from her because she is so small. Hera, with the sharpened intuition of a wife, can tell that the request has angered Zeus. He considers such a large request to be an insult. He also takes issue with the bee's criticism of her own form, as it implies that the immortals who created her were flawed in their design. And Zeus, above all else, does not suffer even the smallest insubordinate thought from anyone. Hera speaks before the thunderheads can fully form above Zeus. She looks down at the quaking little creature and tells her that she will make the little bee a queen. Hera relays that the bee will be the leader of a vast colony. She will have as many workers as she likes to help her collect the ingredients and make her honey. With this gift, the bee will no longer have to bear the strain of working so hard for so little outcome. Together, the bee and her hive will be able to make more than enough honey for themselves. The bee's tiny body vibrates in the air with joy and excitement. As a fellow queen, this bee must have protection, Hera decides. She tells the bee that all her kind will be armed with a sting to ward off those that might try to steal their honey. Hera warns that this sting is only to be used in dire situations, for it can only be used once. The bee, impressed and honoured by Hera's ruling, nods her tiny head to show understanding. Hera smiles down at the honeybee and tells her to be on her way. The bee happily buzzes away as Hera turns to Zeus. The angry thunderclouds above his head have completely disappeared as he looks down at his queen. Her calm demeanour and just decisions have impressed him. Through her bearing, Hera once again reminds Zeus that he has aligned himself with not just a powerful goddess, but one intended to rule. Hera smiles at her husband as if reading his mind. She casts her mind back to when she had decided to take Zeus seriously as a consort. When they were young, Zeus had pursued her endlessly, but she thought him nothing more than a boisterous and boastful young immortal. He sent her flowers and trinkets. He sang to her and composed poetry. But Hera wasn't won over by him. When he asked why she didn't return his love, she told him that she was not interested in a partner who could not show her his vulnerable side. Even with all his wooing, Zeus was always full of self-confidence and showmanship. So Zeus went away to think about her words. Not long after, Hera was sitting beside a great blue lake. The perfect sky was reflected in the surface of the water, and the sun sent light glimmering across it with the wind. Hera lay in the grass on the bank, allowing her mind to rest in that beautiful place between sleeping and waking. The warmth of the sun felt like a blanket of heat across her skin. She breathed deeply, just about to finally allow herself to slip fully into sleep. Suddenly, a sound pulled her back from the world of dreams. She lifted herself up on her elbows and looked around. In a bush not far away, there was a flash of feathers amongst the leaves. Hera stood up and walked over to the foliage to inspect further. She reached in and pulled out a cuckoo bird. The poor animal was a wreck. Its feathers were in disarray, and it looked as though it had an injured wing. Taking pity on the bird, Hera brought it back with her to a cave nearby. She nursed the animal for days until it was back to health. Hera became very fond of the little bird, which was so sweet and tender that she couldn't bear to be away from it for long. After a week, the cuckoo was fully recovered. Hera, filled with the bittersweet sensation of imminent parting, carried the cuckoo to the entrance of the cave. She raised her hand and let it fly away. The bird flew into the sky, but then came back down to earth, suddenly turning into the form of a young man. Hera watched with astonished eyes as the sweet cuckoo transformed into Zeus himself. The young god told Hera that though he was slated to become the next leader, and felt he often had to look strong in front of others, he wanted to show her that she was the person he could be vulnerable with. That was why he had spent the past week in her care. Hera saw him differently from that day on. No longer was he just a charismatic leader, but also a god with a deep tenderness that he reserved only for her. The cuckoo has been sacred to her ever since. Coming back to the present, Hera finds that her eyes are filled with tears of joy. She embraces her husband. A soft clearing of the throat brings Hera's attention away from Zeus and the beginnings of their relationship. Hera turns around to see her grandmother standing before her, the goddess Gaia. On the ancient goddess's face sits a loving smile as she looks upon the newlyweds. Gaia was one of the first primordial beings to come into creation. She is the ancestor of every living thing on the planet in many ways. As old as she is now, she rarely walks about in a human-like form, usually preferring to rest deep in the earth. Yet today she has made an exception for her favorite granddaughter. Gaia holds out her cupped hands and gestures for Hera to do the same. Gaia reveals a dozen little golden seeds, which she tips gently into her granddaughter's hand. Hera looks at the seeds in her palm, which appear to be tiny drops of pure golden sunlight. Gaia takes one seed and kneels. She makes a small hole in the ground, places the seed inside and covers it again. Gaia places a hand over where the seed is buried, and within seconds, a small green shoot appears. Moments later, the shoot has become a sapling, and it isn't long before the sapling is a young tree bearing golden blossoms. Even before Hera's eyes, the blossoms trail gently from the branches, leaving young fruit behind. Finally, the fruit swells to ripeness, and before the entire wedding party stands a golden apple tree. Hera's breath catches in her throat. The tree and apples are the most beautiful things she has ever seen. Hera throws her arms around Gaia, unable to fully express her gratitude through her tears of joy. Gaia returns her embrace. Hera breaks away from her grandmother and looks at the 12 seeds in her hand. She knows immediately what to do with them. She darts away through the party guests, looking for a specific trio. After a few moments of searching, she finds them. The 3 beautiful Hesperides chat together in a corner. They are the goddesses of the west and the setting sun. As beautiful as the golden hour, the 3 sisters seem to glow with the vibrant colours of sunset. They are Hera's favourite cousins and confidants. The triplet sisters break into large grins as they see Hera approach them. Barely stopping for breath, Hera tells them about Gaia's gift and asks if she may plant the seeds in their garden. The Hesperides are the keepers of the most lovely garden in the world at their palace. It is located far to the west, though few know exactly where. Helion, the sun god and driver of the sun chariot, is one of the only gods to know, because he brings the sun there every evening. The Hesperides are honoured by Hera's request and grant it gladly. They make plans for Hera to come to their garden after the wedding and plant her orchard of golden apples. The Hesperides promise to look after the orchard forevermore. The goddesses are smiling and laughing with one another when the sound of music washes over the entire wedding. Hera feels a warm hand on her shoulder. She turns to find Zeus requesting a dance with his new bride. Hera accepts with delight. They glide together, hand in hand, to the middle of the crowd everyone watches with toothy smiles and glistening eyes as Hera and Zeus begin to dance. Hera looks up into the face of the thunder god and counts herself lucky. The couple moves together to the music without thinking. They are simply lost in one another's eyes. The sun's rays shine down upon Mount Olympus, illuminating the gathering and showering everyone in a wave of warmth. It is impossible to say how long the immortal couple dance, because the wedding itself lasts a total of 300 years. Yet, for Hera, this moment in the arms of her husband lasts a lifetime. The sea is pure aquamarine. Its surface is unmarred by large vessels or commercial fishing boats. This is many hundreds of years before humans will cross the seas in anything that is not propelled by the breath of the wind or the arms of man. The water is so clear that someone looking down can see fish swimming many feet below them, as clearly as if they were just out of reach. And what's that in the depths? A glimmer appears and disappears in the blink of an eye. It is the only visible hint that leagues beneath the sea there stands a great lost city. The sleek grey body of a dolphin glides through the sea and dives deeper. This is no ordinary dolphin. He bears a sacred duty, honor-bound to be a messenger for the Lord of these waves. Deeper, the dolphin dives, and the water around him shifts from light blue to the rich sapphire of the depths. From the darkness, a structure starts to emerge. At first, it appears to be a great mound with many lumps and crevices. As the dolphin draws nearer, the form of a citadel sharpens. Turrets, towers, and spires crown its head, while innumerable bridges, pathways, and lanes connect the various dome structures of the city. This place looks as though it has been pieced together from shells, pearls, and coral. It has the look of being grown rather than constructed, like a coral reef. It is as colourful as a reef, with every bright shade of the rainbow represented against the dark blue background of the sea. The pale sunlight from the surface filters down to dapple this sea palace. Sea creatures dart here and there, but the true residents of this place are the otherworldly oceanids and nereids. The oceanids number over 3,000 and are the children of the titans Oceanus and Tethys. There are over 50 nereids, all of whom are daughters of the oceanid Doris and Nereus, also known as the Old Man of the Sea. These sea nymphs and minor deities make this fallen city their home, though it was once a place where humankind lived. Beneath the coral, shells and pearls are the bones of a city called Atlantis. The humans of this floating city were foolish and did not properly honor the sea or its ruler, to whom they owed much. As a result, the city was dragged to the bottom of the ocean and taken as the home of Poseidon. Poseidon is the god of the sea and storms, earthquakes and tidal waves. It was with one huge wave that he claimed Atlantis. Now, many hundreds of years later, he makes his home there. The dolphin darts through the city. He glides over mosaic-lined buildings and past algae-covered windows. At the heart of the city is the palace, an ornate building that rises from the floor of the ocean all the way to the tallest spire. The dolphin swims gracefully through the front doors of the palace and directly into the cavernous Great Hall. The floor is tiled in the pattern of a great wave and lit by a beam of light filtering down from the huge domed roof. Coral and sea plants grow from cracks in the walls, and a few small colourful fish drift lazily through the water, oblivious to the royal surroundings. At one end of the huge hall sits a raised dais and 2 thrones. The thrones glimmer gently and seem to glow with a soft radiance. They are embedded with pearls, abalone shells, and bright stones. Light blue, pinks, purples, and a silvery sheen meld into a swirling pattern on each stately chair. The thrones themselves are nothing in comparison to the 2 figures sitting upon them regally. On the left is Aphrodite, consort to Poseidon. She is a nereid and considered to be the most beautiful of her numerous siblings. Her long hair billows out around her in the water. It almost appears to be an extension of the golden crown she wears. On the right sits the god of the seas and ocean, Poseidon. It is not difficult to tell that he is a brother of Zeus. They both have the same godly bearing, though Zeus reigns in the sky and Poseidon below the waves. In one hand he holds a huge trident, and with his other the hand of his wife. He is known as the Earth Shaker and the Wave Bringer, a power which he alone possesses. Poseidon draws his gaze to the dolphin as it approaches, hoping that it comes with the news that he has been waiting for. Poseidon translates the cheerful chirps and whistles that emanate from the dolphin. As he listens, a grin breaks out across his face. He looks at Aphrodite, searching her lovely eyes for the silent confirmation that what he is hearing is true. He finds her smiling back at him, her gaze saying so much more than her words ever could. Poseidon thanks the dolphin for his help and readies himself for a journey. Aphrodite watches as he issues commands to nymphs, demigods, and sea creatures in preparation for his task. They have been together now for many years, and she still remembers the brash young god that she fell in love with. He had just assumed control of the seas and came to see her father Nereus to form an alliance. The old man of the sea welcomed Poseidon and sat with him in council for many hours. Aphrodite doesn't know for how long they sat talking, because she was enraptured by the sight of this young god. She kept hidden during the meeting between Poseidon and her father, knowing that if the young god's gaze were to fall on her and not light up with the same force of love that she felt, she would not be able to bear it. It was only when Poseidon readied himself to leave and was shaking her father's hand that he finally saw her. She had tried to hide in the crowd of her dozens of siblings. As if by fate, however, Poseidon's eyes met hers, and there was no going back. Nereus, having seen more of life and the cosmos than either Aphrodite or Poseidon, knew at once what had happened. He gladly gave his blessing to the two young lovers. Even now, after all these years, Aphrodite still feels a rush of giddiness at the sight of her husband. Sometimes she cannot believe that her fate has brought her here. The swish of water next to her brings Aphrodite out of her reverie. Her young son, Triton, swims gracefully to his father's side. The young godling is not much more than a boy. Being the divine son of a sea nymph and the god of the seas, Triton is a mer-person. His powerful tail is covered in glittering scales, which toss tiny rainbows across the hall as he approaches his father. Poseidon smiles at the godling, knowing that his son will beg once again to join his father. Poseidon promises that once the boy is older, he will have plenty of adventures. Triton accepts his father's words and floats gently into his mother's arms. Together, they watch Poseidon make his final preparations. Eventually ready to leave, Poseidon turns to his family. He folds them into his arms and wishes them a very fond farewell. Before they part, Poseidon whispers to Triton that when he returns, he shall bring his son the greatest treasure he can imagine, a brother. With his final word lighting up Triton's face, Poseidon leaves. He travels swiftly to the surface, breaking through the water with an almighty splash, and sending glittering droplets flying through the afternoon sunshine. After the cool depths of the ocean, the feel of the warm summer air is like being wrapped in a sun-soaked blanket. Poseidon takes a moment to appreciate the heat of the sun and the caress of the wind before turning his attention to his destination. It has been a long while since he spent a considerable amount of time on land, and this visit is rather overdue. Poseidon, as the Lord of Water, moves best when in the form of a current. He relaxes his body, allowing his human-like form to melt into the strong flow of water. Poseidon becomes one with the water around him. He can feel the mood, the tides, and the motion of the sea as he taps into this water that connects everything on the planet. He gathers himself into a current and presses towards his destination. As he travels, Poseidon checks on the health and state of the oceans. He feels the deep rumbling of a sea battle near Sicily and senses the soft lapping waves on the shores of Cyprus. In no time at all, Poseidon finds himself stepping out of the water and onto the beaches of Greece a man-like form once again. He walks up the beach, feeling the comfort of warm sand beneath him, moulding to his feet with every step. A whinny brings his attention from the pearly beach to the only other figure on the shore. A huge, dappled grey horse stands watching Poseidon, its silvery mane flowing in the soft breeze. The creature waits for Poseidon to approach with gentle eyes. Poseidon reaches out and places his hand on the velvety muzzle of Arion, the very first horse. Many years ago, when Poseidon was still courting Aphrodite, he brought Arion to life. The young god at the time was flustered and tongue-tied whenever he found himself in Aphrodite's presence. Her father, Nereus, had made it very clear that he approved of the match, but Poseidon feared that it wouldn't come to pass because of his inability to tell Aphrodite all the things he felt when he looked at her. Determined to find a way to express his love, Poseidon set about creating something to give to her. He and his siblings are all grandchildren of Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth. As a result, the power of creation resides in them all. Poseidon was determined to create a creature for Aphrodite and win her affection. He knew that she had lived her entire life in the sea, surrounded by the vast array of beautiful and fantastical creatures found there. From seals and whales to colourful fish of all sizes, Aphrodite was used to the wonders of the ocean. Poseidon decided to create her an animal of the earth, something that would be her companion when she decided to come up above the waves. In addition to the practical task of carrying her across the land, Poseidon also wanted this creature to be beautiful, for he saw Aphrodite as the most beautiful being to have graced existence. Poseidon's work took him months and months. He started and restarted many times, desperately wanting to find the perfect balance between grace, power, beauty, utility, and gentleness. Finally, he knew he had struck upon the perfect animal. He breathed life into Arion and watched as the foal took its first shaky steps before him. The little animal had pressed his wet nose into Poseidon's hand in much the same way that the adult Arion was doing now. Poseidon looks into the dark brown eyes of the adult horse and smiles. He climbs gracefully onto his back, and together they set off for a human city. Though Arion appears to be cantering at a leisurely pace, he covers a surprising amount of ground. They travel away from the coast and through the thick, wild forests towards the ancient city of Corinth. Poseidon makes himself and Arion invisible to mortal eyes, not wanting to be distracted or waylaid on his journey. Their presence is neither seen nor felt by the residents of the ancient Grecian wilderness. Large stags with many-pronged antlers do not even turn an ear towards the pair. They continue to graze. Colonies of rabbits remain unbothered by the passing god. Flocks of blackbirds and songbirds alike remain perched, seeing no reason to take flight. They draw closer to Corinth, and Poseidon returns his attention to the task at hand. He has come to this city with a specific purpose. Many years ago, Poseidon gave a mortal king called Glaucus an immense responsibility and honor. The god of the seas gave him a son to foster. The boy, called Bellerophon, grew up like a normal human child. The only sign of his godly parentage was his uncanny ability to charm any horse he met. Even the wildest, most untamable stallion would quiet under Bellerophon's gentle hands. Poseidon watched him grow up from afar, proud beyond words of his human son. Now that Bellerophon is reaching manhood, Poseidon has devised several tests for the youthful boy. He wants to discover if this son has what it takes to join his immortal family. The first test involves another of Poseidon's sons, though this one is not human, or even part human. Pegasus is a pearly white horse. He is as strong and powerful as he is lovely. He is also unique because from his back spring two huge white wings. Pegasus is the only one of his kind and is a divine creature in his own right. Normally, he is very skittish around humans. He is well aware of their desire to tame, control, and bridle him. Poseidon has instructed him to appear to Bellerophon nonetheless. If the youth can earn the trust of Pegasus, he will pass the first test. Arion brings Poseidon to the woods just outside the city of Corinth, and the sea god gracefully dismounts. He allows Arion to wander off to a nearby meadow so he can graze. Poseidon remains invisible, waiting for the arrival of his sons. The breeze ruffles the leaves of the trees, creating a whispering calm in the woods. The soft noise almost completely masks the sound of hooves padding gently through the forest. Through the layers of greens and browns, something brilliantly white approaches. The soft hoofbeats are coupled with the rustle of huge wings. At first, Pegasus appears only as streaks of white, before emerging in all his glory, in the place where Poseidon is waiting. Poseidon briefly places a hand on Pegasus's flank. His coat is softer than velvet, and a deep warmth radiates from his skin. Poseidon removes his hand and steps deeper into the woods as another sound breaks through the silence. Bellerophon slowly approaches. He is a boy of 16, but already as tall as his father. His eyes are glued to Pegasus and wide with wonder. He stops, allowing Pegasus to get a good look at him before approaching further. What passes between boy and winged horse is something truly divine. They seem to be able to communicate and understand one another without words. Poseidon watches as Bellerophon reaches out a hand and calmly rubs the nose of Pegasus. Slowly, the boy comes to the winged horse and gracefully climbs onto his back. They remain there for a long moment before Poseidon makes himself visible. Poseidon explains to Bellerophon about his true parentage and about Pegasus. The teenager takes the news remarkably well, though he can't hide the rush of colour and excitement that floods his features. He listens eagerly to everything Poseidon has to say, never once interrupting or disbelieving. Poseidon tells Bellerophon that if he can complete the next challenge, he'll be rewarded with the opportunity to gain immortality and live in the underwater palace of Atlantis. He will be able to meet his other divine siblings, cousins, and extended family. The words are barely out of Poseidon's mouth when Bellerophon agrees. He promises to make his father proud and earn his place amongst the gods. Poseidon relays the place where Bellerophon will find the Chimera, a fearsome creature that is terrorizing the land. The beast has the body of a lion, the tail of a snake, and the head of a goat protruding from its back. To round off the monstrosity, it breathes fire. As Poseidon reveals this information to Bellerophon, he watches the expression on his son's face. The young man's eyes betray fear at first, but quickly change to determination. Eager to begin his adventure, Bellerophon turns Pegasus to leave. But Poseidon stops him. He has Bellerophon and Pegasus follow him through the woods for a short while. The sound of their footsteps is accompanied by the orchestra of the forest. Birds sing, the wind whistles, and the sound of rushing water grows nearby. Poseidon leads his two sons to the banks of a clear stream. The sound of water flowing over the rocks is so lovely, it could have been mistaken for strange music. No sooner have they approached than a figure draws itself out of the stream. This nymph is one of the Potamoedes, a class of naiad or freshwater nymph that specifically looks after streams and rivers. She has the appearance of a stream come to life, as though she is made of liquid glass. Her long hair flows around her, always tugging downstream. Poseidon nods to the naiad, and she begins a ritual. Singing softly, she blesses both Bellerophon and Pegasus, and wipes a cool hand over their brows, allowing a few drops of her stream to trickle down their faces. She grants them safety and protection on their difficult journey, and tells them that water will forever be their friend. With her final words, the nymph flows smoothly back into the stream. Bellerophon and Pegasus are now ready to leave. Poseidon wishes them well and tells them to meet him on a certain stretch of beach far to the west if they have been successful in their task. He watches as Pegasus begins to trot and then canter, building up speed until he spreads his great wings and gallops into the sky. Poseidon calls Arion once again and makes his way to the meeting spot. He doesn't know how long it will take Bellerophon and Pegasus to complete their mission. Arion knows where to go, and Poseidon doesn't need to pay attention to his surroundings. Nevertheless, the scent on the air lets him know that they are once again approaching the coast. The sharp smell of salt awakens him, and he feels that familiar draw, a yearning for home that comes about when he is near the sea. It isn't long before the sound of the surf greets him as well. When that sound hits his ears, it's as if the tension and stress he didn't know he was holding in his body is taken away with the tide. He feels himself relax and brushes a hand across Arion's neck to let him know that the time to part has come. Arion trots to a halt. As Poseidon dismounts, the magical horse turns to him and momentarily nuzzles the god. Poseidon runs a hand through the horse's mane and gives him a loving look of farewell. Arion nickers before taking off once again, gracefully threading his way across the beach. Poseidon takes a moment to appreciate the comforting feeling of sand beneath his feet. He walks across the soft grains to the hard, wet sand on the water's edge. He casts his eyes across the horizon, streaked with clouds, and allows the waves to lap at his feet. Even this small connection with the sea brings him immense peace. The sea wind wraps itself around him and ruffles his hair. He resists the strong urge to dive into the water and race back home. He must wait and hope. The sun chariot moves across the sky, drawing behind it the bright colours of sunset. Purple, pink, and orange take control of the sky, where before there was nothing more than perfect blue. Poseidon decides that he will wait until the sun dips below the horizon. He doesn't search the skies desperately, but merely closes his eyes and breathes. His breath becomes one with the pattern of the waves across the beach. He listens. Then, on the edge of his hearing, he makes out the sound of wings. Huge wings pound the air powerfully. Something lands on the sand behind him, and another something hits the ground a few seconds later. Poseidon opens his eyes and turns around. Before him stand the resplendent forms of Pegasus and Bellerophon. The winged horse glows golden in the last light of the sun. Bellerophon's eyes are bright with triumph, victory, and excitement. Poseidon smiles at them both and extends his hand to the boy. Come on, son, let's go home. A buried seed bursts forth with life, sprouting and pushing its way through the surface of the soil. As it hits the sunlight, it grows bright green leaves, and within seconds, a little yellow flower blooms from the stem. This feverish creation of life is repeated constantly in the footfalls of two women walking slowly through a meadow. Demeter catches her daughter Persephone's eye and smiles at her. Demeter is the goddess of the harvest and fertility. She has a unique connection with her grandmother, Gaia. She is the living embodiment of all that grows and is nurtured. She helps the plants and animals of the world to live and reproduce, just as Gaia gives them all life. Persephone, too, contains a deep fertility power. She is the goddess of spring, specializing in helping plants to flower and fruit, and so create more. Persephone briefly smiles back at her mother before turning her attention to their path. Demeter observes her daughter thoughtfully. The young woman has all the power of a nature and fertility goddess. Yet Demeter perceives something else waiting just below the surface of her daughter's dark gaze. Demeter puts these thoughts from her mind and turns her attention back to the horizon. Mother and daughter are travelling to a particular patch of calendula flowers. They intend to pick the orange flowers for the centaur Chiron, who uses the blossoms to create a tincture for skin conditions. Already, Demeter can see the carpet of fiery orange petals in the near distance. Close by is a small copse of trees. The sun is past midday, and the rays of light from Helios's sun chariot are already changing from golden to the same colour as the flowers. They have a bit of time before sunset. A soft breeze shakes the flowers in the meadow and the branches of the trees, sending them fluttering slightly. Demeter and Persephone reach the flowers and begin picking the calendula in comfortable silence. They gather the flowers into their woven baskets. As they work, Persephone softly hums to herself. Demeter's mind lingers on their baskets. She and Persephone wove them together many years ago when her daughter was still a child. They spent a beautiful afternoon picking long grasses, drying them in the sun, and then weaving them together. Even then, Demeter marveled at the way her daughter turned her dark eyes on her task with such intense focus. Her little fingers had struggled at first with the finicky weaving, but she picked up the skill quite quickly. They laughed and talked in the free way that parent and child do when children are very small. Demeter takes her eyes off her task now and allows them to fall on her grown daughter. She can still see the little girl in Persephone's features, particularly in the way her eyes focus on her task. Demeter's attention is drawn away from her daughter by a musical voice on the wind. She straightens up and looks around. From the copse of trees, Demeter sees a graceful, pale grey arm waving to her. Demeter tells her daughter that she'll return in a moment and makes her way to the Hamadryad waving to her from her olive tree. Persephone gives a small smile to show her mother that she has heard her and returns to the flowers. Demeter approaches the trees and greets the Dryad. Dryads like this are tied to their tree, tending to it and living in its branches. The olive tree Hamadryad has long strands of hair sprouting olive leaves. She is the living embodiment of the tree itself and a devoted follower of Demeter. The two divine beings have a brief catch-up. The Dryad reports back to Demeter on the health of the area. Everything is going well, though they could use a little more water. Demeter promises to ensure more rainfall in the next few days. There is no weather or season in this very young world. Demeter spends much of her time tending everything and making sure the entire world is in a constant state of growth. It can be tiring, but she takes great pride in her work. The Dryad introduces Demeter to her daughter, a child Dryad who lives in a young olive tree sapling. Demeter laughs and plays with the child for a few moments, who is very sweet and giggly. The sun is now dipping towards the horizon. The whole world is bathed in a light much like the warm glow of a fire. The world seems to shine with warmth, just as the sky is splashed with vibrant pinks, purples, and oranges. Demeter says farewell to the dryads and turns back towards Persephone in the flower patch. Just as she turns, a sound erupts unlike anything she has ever heard. A loud crunching and crackling sound, like the footfalls of a giant or the breaking of huge rocks, reaches her ears. Demeter looks around wildly, trying to find the source of the sound. She hears a gasp of surprise and immediately sets off at a run towards where Persephone should be. Just as Demeter rounds the corner, she sees a huge hole in the earth, which is rapidly closing. Persephone is nowhere to be seen, and Demeter finds herself frozen in surprise as the hole, blacker than midnight, snaps shut. Demeter stares at the patch of calendula flowers, now even more bright and orange in the light of the sunset. Where is Persephone? She was just here. Did she run off when the crackling sound happened? Where would she have gone? These thoughts race through Demeter's mind as she stares, still not quite comprehending what just happened. Finally, the reality of the situation sinks in, and Demeter feels her heart quicken as her stomach sinks. Her daughter has disappeared into the hole, leaving no trace behind. At the same moment that this realization dawns, the sun finally dips below the horizon. Instead of the flowers blooming at her feet, the grasses and vegetation below Demeter wilt. She turns back to the copse of trees and runs to her dryad friend. She questions her, hoping that the dryad will have seen something, a clue that will lead Demeter to her daughter. However, the dryad didn't see anything more than Demeter and can only offer her condolences. Undeterred, Demeter moves on, beginning her search for any living creature that may have seen what happened to Persephone. With each footfall, she leaves a trail of brown grasses and fallen leaves behind her. Demeter spends weeks and weeks looking for Persephone. She questions every beast, man, and immortal she comes across for any information. She gets nothing in return, and it is as if Persephone vanished into thin air. As she searches, Demeter neglects her duties as a goddess. She no longer puts all her time and energy into making sure that the vegetation and crops of the world grow with their usual constancy. Plants don't flower, seeds refuse to sprout, and harvests aren't fruitful. As her search drags on, Demeter decides to ask a close friend for help. She has been close with the goddess Hecate for centuries, though they may seem an odd pairing. While Demeter is a goddess of the earth, Hecate is a goddess of the underworld. She is the goddess of magic, witchcraft, crossroads, and the night. With her help, Demeter begins to search all the shadowy places of the world. Though they continue to search for many more weeks with their combined efforts, they still find no clue of Persephone's whereabouts. One day, Zeus, the Skyfather and King of the Gods, sends a message to Demeter. She and Hecate obey his summons without question. On Olympus, Demeter and Hecate are greeted by the other gods. Demeter receives condolences and kind words from her family members as she makes her way towards Zeus's throne. As she approaches, Hera steps down from the raised dais and rushes forward to hug her sister. Hera releases Demeter and takes her place next to Zeus once again. The King and Queen of Heaven sit upon illustrious golden thrones, carved with the most lovely and detailed designs, telling the story of the creation of the world. Zeus looks imposing for a moment, but with a quick glance at his wife, he softens his gaze. In as gentle a tone as he can manage for being the god of storms and thunder, Zeus questions Demeter about the current state of the natural world. He outlines the lack of growth and crops. Demeter listens to him calmly and responds simply. The search for her daughter's whereabouts has drained her of her powers. She cannot keep up with the constant growth that the world demands, while also maintaining her search. Zeus listens to her intently, with his great eyebrows knitted together in thought. When she finishes her tales, Zeus fills his impressive lungs and makes an announcement to the immortals gathered on Olympus. Zeus begs any of them who may know something about Persephone to come forward. There are a few moments of stunned silence before a voice from high above them all floats down. Helios, who at this very moment is driving the sun chariot over the world, has heard Zeus's call and bellows his response back down. He saw what happened to Persephone because the eyes of the sun see everything that happens over the course of the day. Helios witnessed Persephone's disappearance just before the sun chariot arrived at the palace of the west and ended its journey. The gathered crowd of immortals clamour for more information, but Helios must finish the journey of the sun and promises to return that evening once his job is done. No day has ever gone more slowly than this one for Demeter. She paces with a nervous energy from one side of Olympus to the other. Caught up in the great mystery of it all, the other residents of Olympus also wait impatiently for the end of the day. Zeus taps his foot at the base of his throne. Hecate bites her fingernails. Even the usually calm and poised Hera twirls her hair around her finger absent-mindedly. Demeter is not consumed with fear for her daughter, but rather the anxiety of a mother struggling with the unexpected independence of a child she holds dear. Demeter has always loved nothing more than spending time with Persephone. Yet, even before her daughter's disappearance, she could feel a distance growing between them. It was not a bad distance, but Demeter wonders if it has to do with the undiscovered power she often sees behind her daughter's eyes. Night finally falls, and Helios arrives on Olympus. By this time, a decent crowd has gathered. Immortals have passed the story on from one to another and made their way to the home of the gods to bear witness to the reveal. Helios, clearly enjoying all the attention, begins to recount the scene he witnessed. Persephone was picking flowers in the meadow, minding her own business, when the earth-shattering sound happened. A large dark hole appeared in the earth just next to her. Persephone gasped in surprise. A chariot, pulled by huge black horses, erupted from the ground and stopped beside the goddess. The rider, dressed in black robes, offered his hand to Persephone, who studied him for a moment before accepting his hand and climbing on to the chariot. Horses, rider, chariot, and Persephone disappeared back down the dark hole just as Demeter came around the corner and saw it close after them. There is a stunned silence following this story. No one is in confusion about who the Dark Rider is, and yet there is still an air of disbelief. Really? Him? And she went with him willingly. Demeter shakes herself from her surprise and leaves for the underworld immediately, Hecate following right behind her. They make for the river Styx, the boundary between the upper and lower worlds. When they arrive, the river rushes with a strong current, its waters dark. On the shore is a small boat with a ferryman waiting. As goddesses and immortals, Hecate and Demeter do not have to pay the ferryman, but they are polite and do so anyway. He gracefully pushes their boat into the flowing waters, and the river seems to calm with their presence. They alight on the opposite shore and enter the underworld. Despite the associations with darkness, the place itself is quite lovely. Demeter and Hecate walk through the many caves and tunnels, admiring the deep seams of gold, silver, and precious jewels that decorate the walls and ceilings. Demeter even notices mosses, lichen, and mushrooms that flourish down here beneath the earth. They all seem to glow with an otherworldly beauty of bioluminescence. Stalactites and stalagmites create delicate sculptures and chandeliers. The entire place glitters and gleams with a loveliness found nowhere else. The two goddesses make their way to a large chamber and are greeted by the cheerful barks of Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the underworld. Having recognized Hecate, the huge dog leaps about playfully like a puppy. His tail counts out a joyful beat on the stone floor as he obeys the command to sit. Cerberus is larger than the biggest wolf and as black as midnight. His eyes are an icy blue, and a single stripe of white fur runs from the chin and down the neck on his middle head. Demeter and Hecate pat his triple heads and scratch behind his 6 huge ears before moving on. Hecate and Demeter finally come to the entry of an ornate palace. It appears to be made of pure onyx that has naturally formed the shape of a building. The onyx shines in the bioluminescent glow of the underworld. It is slick and smooth, with many turrets and balconies. Demeter is impressed. She follows Hecate through the huge front doors. She suddenly becomes aware that the air down here is far from being cold or stale, as she suspected it might be. It is pleasantly warm and smells of something cozy and comforting, though she knows not what. As she follows Hecate through the palace, Demeter reflects on her experience of the underworld up to this point. It is far more lovely and beautiful than she anticipated. Reluctantly, she feels her appreciation for the place rising. The interior of the palace is decadent and beautiful. The walls are inlaid with precious jewels and crystals. The most beautiful marble mosaics cover the floors. Each room is more wonderful than the last. So when Demeter and Hecate finally arrive in the cavernous throne room, Demeter is fully dazzled. On a dais in the middle of the room sit two ornate thrones. They are as lovely as the ones Zeus and Hera have, but are made from silver rather than gold. Demeter expects to see her quarry sat upon a throne, imperious and foreboding. She certainly didn't expect two thrones, nor did she expect to see him sitting on the floor, cross-legged, and playing with a baby rabbit next to Persephone. Hades, the god of the underworld, is feeding the tiny animal bits of vegetation with the widest smile on his face. Persephone watches him with a grin. Nearby sits a small table loaded with fruits and vegetables. Demeter, though surprised, redoubles her confidence and marches up to the pair. Persephone spots her first and breaks into a large smile. She gets up, runs to her mother, and hugs her tightly. Demeter hugs her back and sees Hades watching them sheepishly as he strokes the baby bunny. Persephone releases her mother and takes her by the hand over to Hades. Hecate has the good sense to melt into the darkness. Demeter stands in silence as Persephone explains that she chose to venture to the underworld with Hades and intends to be his consort and queen. Hades, for his part, avoids the eyes of his would-be mother-in-law and pets his bunny. Demeter listens intently and thinks hard. While her first instinct is to reject the match, she still listens to her daughter. Persephone loves Hades, as surprising as it may seem. Though she is a goddess of spring, she has found a new power here beneath the world. She is both a goddess of fertility and one of rebirth. Seeds have to mature and sprout in the warm embrace of the earth before they can burst into the sunlight above, Persephone reminds her mother. As Persephone describes her newfound powers, Demeter watches her. She seems happier and more settled. That darkness behind the eyes that Demeter always wondered about has finally come forth, and it enriches Persephone. She has a role in the underworld, one that is powerful and important. Demeter cannot deny the way her daughter seems to emanate with dignity down here. Demeter also cannot ignore the way Hades and Persephone look at one another. There is as deep a devotion as any mother could want in a match for her child. Persephone finishes talking, and Demeter reminds her about her responsibilities in the world above. Demeter is already so busy that she cannot also take on Persephone's job as the goddess of spring. Persephone thinks for a long moment. She looks from her mother to Hades, who wears an expression of hope and desperation. The young goddess extends a hand to the table and picks up 6 pomegranate seeds. She tosses the ruby-like bits into her mouth and eats them. When she finishes, she announces to her mother and her consort that she will stay below in the underworld for 6 months and then return to the earth for 6 months every year. In this way, she can be queen of the underworld and remain the goddess of spring. Demeter smiles, happy that they have found a compromise. Hades extends a hesitant hand and is hugged by Demeter in return. He insists that she stay for the wedding. Demeter agrees, with a heart full of joy. She helps them plan a celebration, the likes of which no immortal has seen before. Hera and Zeus's wedding was magnificent, but this is something else entirely. The wedding is moody, hauntingly beautiful, and perfectly reflective of the rulers of the underworld. Dark red roses decorate every corner of the palace. Guests arrive dressed in earthy tones, while the bride wears a dress and veil of inky black. Demeter herself blesses the union. After the allotted 6 months, Persephone returns to the upper world, and life bursts forth. Flowers bloom, fruit ripens, and crops grow in the 6 months that mother and daughter work together under the sun. When the time comes again for Persephone to return to her husband, Demeter travels with her to the entrance of the underworld. Before they part, Persephone looks into the eyes of her mother. She lovingly takes her hands. Persephone urges her mother to see this period apart as a time for rest. She knows Demeter cannot continue her work alone and persuades her to take a pause. Growth cannot and should not be perpetual. Demeter listens to her daughter carefully. She wonders when the little basket-weaving girl became such a wise woman. As Persephone ventures back down to her kingdom, Demeter wanders towards a little copse of trees. Under the canopy of 2 olive trees, she lies down. With one long, deep breath, she relaxes into the earth. The work and worry of the world seem to drain out of her. The natural world will pause while she rests. But in doing so, it will be able to come back even fuller and richer in 6 months' time. Demeter closes her eyes and smiles softly, allowing herself to drift into sleep. On the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, not far from a large island, the sea begins to boil. The perfect blue of the water turns to foamy white, and the marine animals scatter from the area. It is early in the lifetime of the world, and strange powers change the very nature of land or sea almost daily. This is the birth of something else entirely. A force like no other is about to emerge, and the world will never be the same. The boiling waters seem to reach a fever pitch, just as the top of a head breaks the surface of the water. The face of this being is pure beauty. Her features dance and shimmer. They change depending on the viewer, always shifting to become the most beautiful face that person can imagine. This head is followed by a body of equally divine beauty This new being rests upon a shell, like the most radiant pearl ever created. Dolphins rise from the deep and gently push the shell towards the nearby island. The shell bumps gently onto the shore, and the figure looks up. The rays of the sun shine down upon her as her eyes shift from lightest blue to darkest black, hitting every shade of iris in between. Her hair, long and shiny, seems at once to be blonde, red, brunette, black, and silver. Aphrodite takes in the island and the world for the first time. She has landed on Cyprus, an island that will be blessed as her birthplace forevermore. She glances around at the sky, the water, and the perfect white sand. This is a time when the earth is still very young. Aphrodite is one of the oldest creatures to have emerged. She is of the generation of the Titans, and older than the beings who will come later to call themselves the gods. Aphrodite stands and flexes her hands. She can feel the depth of her power flowing through her newly formed body. She is beauty, love, passion, lust, desire, and pleasure personified. And this world will be her plaything. Aphrodite spends many years on Cyprus with the oceanids and nymphs of the area. Whether through her own powers or that of some other divine being, Aphrodite is sheltered and hidden from the war of the Titans. It is not until after the war that Zeus, leader of the gods, comes to the island to ally her with himself and his siblings. Aphrodite takes her place on Olympus as one of the 12 Olympians. She is a goddess that many beings fear, for she has the unique ability to make even the gods fall in or out of love. Years pass, and humankind begins to cover the world. Aphrodite finds herself the focus of their prayers, for many of them desire love or beauty above all else. She amuses herself by making gods and other immortals fall in love with humans. It's not until she meets the young Adonis, however, that she truly understands the pain of mortal love. Aphrodite and Adonis are the original case of love at first sight. As soon as their eyes meet, it's as if no one else in the world exists. They spend countless hours in each other's company. Aphrodite's happiness is so complete that her power seems to overflow herself, and the entire world falls in love. Adonis is considered by everyone who sees him to be quite the match for Aphrodite's beauty, though he is but a mortal prince. The two of them are the picture of happiness. But, like all things to do with mortals, it cannot last. No one knows whether it is Apollo, Artemis, or Ares who sends Adonis's doom, but Aphrodite has made more than her fair share of enemies over the years. Aphrodite knows that something is coming for Adonis, so she makes him promise to only hunt for smaller animals such as rabbits and birds. She tells him that the deer and wolves are to be left alone. He promises, but when he finds the trail of a large boar one day, the young man cannot resist the temptation to flex his skills as a hunter. The boar, sent by one of the gods to punish Aphrodite, defeats her love, Adonis. Aphrodite now knows heartbreak for the first time and vows to never love another mortal. But love is fickle, and who of us can ever persuade the head to overrule the heart? Years later, a young man called Anchises unwittingly catches the eye of the goddess. He is a Trojan prince by birth, but has decided to reject the responsibilities and pressures of royalty, to live as a simple shepherd. The tall, strong young man is tending his flock on the slopes of Mount Ida. See how his hair flutters in the wind, and he turns his watchful eyes to his charges. He has the bearing of a prince, though he does his best to hide it. It is no wonder that he attracts the goddess of love. Something about the young man, a look deep in his emerald eyes, calls out to be loved. Over the rise of the next foothill, Anchises sees a figure approaching. Long hair and flowing skirts dance in the wind. Anchises is hesitant. He has chosen the life of a shepherd to abstain from the complications of living amongst others. Yet, something deep inside him roots him to the spot. It's as if destiny has a hold on him and will not let him go. He watches the figure draw closer and holds his breath. She is the most beautiful person he has ever seen. Her beauty nearly overwhelms him, and he feels certain that she must be a goddess, or at least a nymph. Before he knows it, the beautiful woman stands before him. As if in a dream, he hears her say that she is a princess from the neighboring kingdom of Phrygia, who has been separated from her traveling party. Anchises is lost in her eyes and hears himself offer shelter for the night in his humble shepherd's hut. For the rest of his life, Anchises will never forget this evening. The image of this woman will be burned into his memory until his last breath. They spend a night of bliss together, and Anchises thinks he will never be happier than this. In the morning, he decides to tell the truth about his identity. He reveals that he is a Trojan prince, and thinking she is a princess, he is of her standing, which means that they can wed. Realizing that he has been very forward, Anchises blushes and mumbles, adding that it all depends on if she wants to marry him. The princess smiles, though it is not an entirely happy one. She holds his gaze as she tells him that she too has kept her identity a secret. Aphrodite reveals herself to him and waits patiently for the young man to get over his shock. She tells him that while she loves him truly, she cannot stay with him. She has already known the sting of loss when it comes to mortals, and cannot withstand it again. With tears in her eyes, Aphrodite tells him that last night was a mistake she should not have made, but one that she will never regret. The two lovers part forever, and as Anchises watches her melt away into a shower of pure sunlight, he decides that he must return to Troy. He knows that this life as a shepherd offers too much time for reflection, and therefore too much time to think about the love that has just slipped through his fingers. As soon as Aphrodite arrives back on Mount Olympus, she is struck by the divine knowledge that she is pregnant. Her joy and sorrow blend together in that moment. She is overjoyed at the knowledge, yet she knows the child will be mortal like his father. Putting the latter thought from her mind, she begins to plan for the future of her child. She cannot raise her babe on Mount Olympus, for no mortals are permitted to reside there. As she grows heavy with child, she decides to return to Mount Ida. Aphrodite arrives on the mountain and makes her way to the home of the Oreads, the mountain nymphs. Aphrodite finds these gentle-natured spirits lounging on a rocky outcrop halfway up the mountain. Upon seeing Aphrodite, they flock to her in excitement, crooning over her pregnant belly. The Oreads lead Aphrodite into the large cavern in the mountain that they call home. The cave is carpeted with soft moss, and vines of shade-loving plants climb up the walls. Here and there, veins of silver ore glitter across the ceiling. At the back of the cavern is a freshwater spring. It is the perfect place for Aphrodite to give birth. Under the care of the Oreads, Aphrodite brings into the world a beautiful, healthy baby boy. Though she is not usually a goddess of prophecy, Aphrodite foresees a long and important future for her son as she presses her lips to his forehead. She names him Aeneas. A deep well of love opens inside her. She has other children, all of them divine beings that will live forever like her. But this child is different, and Aphrodite finds that she loves him all the more for his mortality. For 5 years, Aphrodite splits her time between her godly duties on Olympus and raising Aeneas on Mount Ida. When she is away, the Oreads care for the boy. He grows quick, strong, and smart in those few short years. With each passing day, Aphrodite knows that the time draws nearer for her to part ways with her son for good. She cherishes every moment with the boy, witnessing with a mother's pride the way he learns quickly, developing speech and figuring out how to run in the blink of an eye. One spring morning, the dawn arrives, and Aphrodite knows that it is time. As the golden light filters through the world, she takes a few moments to watch her son sleep. While awake, he seems to be full of energy and movement. But while he sleeps, she has the privilege of being able to observe him in stillness. His little mouth is slightly open, and he snuggles in close to her. She brushes his curls away from his face and summons the courage to start the day. Aphrodite picks up the boy, who remains asleep in her arms, and tiptoes through the piles of sleeping Oreads to the mouth of the cave. The dew is still clinging to the grass in the early morning. It wets Aphrodite's feet as she walks down the mountain. The fresh smell of a spring morning envelops her and seems to chase the last vestiges of sleep from her mind. Aeneas sleeps on in her arms. She has the strength of a god, and her child feels light as a feather, though she knows it is not much longer that he will suffer to be held. She smiles to herself and presses a kiss to the top of his head. Down the mountain, mother and son journey until the high walls of the city of Troy are just visible in the distance. The city is awe-inspiring to behold, even from a distance. The river Scamander weaves lazily through the country, broad and deep. The sun glitters off its surface as it seems to underline the city behind it. The plain of Ilium stretches between the river and the city. Aphrodite represses the images of the future that flood her mind, and the great battle that will be fought on this plain. She instead turns her mind to the future of her son. She muses on how strange it is that within one human lifetime so much can change, when she has already lived through so many millennia of the world. Aphrodite walks with purpose. Helios's sun chariot has not yet reached midday by the time she arrives before the walls of Troy. They are larger than any other in the known world. They were built by Apollo and Poseidon many years prior, and bear the unmistakable sign of divinity about them. Aphrodite makes herself invisible as she passes through the Scaean gate and turns towards the palace. She knows that Anchises lives here, serving as a counselor in his cousin Priam's court. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, feels her heart flutter at the thought of seeing her lover once again, after nearly 6 years apart. She has watched over him from afar, but wonders if she is strong enough to see him face to face. Will she be able to resist the urge to whisk him and her son away to Mount Olympus, ignoring their fates and changing the future of the entire world? She knows what she would like to do, but accepts that she mustn't alter the path of destiny. She arrives in Anchises' room. He is preparing for the day with a distracted look in his eye. Aphrodite makes the decision to remain invisible and casts down her eyes to the child in her arms. Aeneas sleeps peacefully. She places her last kiss on his head, lies him on his father's bed, and steps back. With a snap of her fingers, the child becomes visible to Anchises. He doesn't notice the boy for a few moments, until Aeneas rolls over and the movement catches his father's attention in the polished brass mirror. Anchises quickly turns around, his face bright in surprise and joy. He knows that this boy is his and looks around briefly, hoping to see Aphrodite. She steps further into the shadows and watches on. Anchises gently wakes Aeneas. The boy smiles up at his father, and they embrace for the first time. Aphrodite watches on with happiness before returning to Olympus. A moment that she thought would be difficult or even break her heart has turned into one of the most joyous of her long life. She watches with delight and utmost pleasure as Anchises raises their son. Aeneas grows from a curious child to a determined youth in just a few years. Anchises too changes under Aphrodite's watchful eye. He becomes stronger, bolder, and wiser in the service of the king. Aphrodite even secretly attends Aeneas's wedding to the beautiful Creusa and witnesses the birth of her grandson, Ascanius. Years pass, and the legendary Trojan War descends on the city. Throughout the 10 years of war, Aphrodite watches over her family and favors the Trojans. Though not a god of war, she shields her son in battle, twice sending a divine mist to whisk him away from harm. However, when Troy seems to be on the verge of falling, she comes to Aeneas. A mist filters into Aeneas's room in the Trojan palace. He is preparing for battle when the mist enters. At once, he knows who is about to visit him. Aphrodite materializes and gazes at her son in the flesh for the first time in over 20 years. They embrace, stealing these few moments to reconnect as mother and son. Aphrodite pulls away and tells Aeneas that he must take his family and leave the city. He has a future and a fate that lies far beyond the walls of Troy or even the Greek world. He does not argue, knowing that his mother speaks for all the gods. The preparations take but a few minutes as Aeneas gathers his family and supplies. They leave the city and make their way northwest. Once they are far enough away, Aeneas calls for his father, wife, and son to pause. They all turn back to the city of Troy. They can see a huge figure outside the gates of the city. Even from this distance, they can tell that it's a huge wooden horse. Aeneas doesn't know it now, but he is beginning a journey that will have huge ramifications for the rest of the world around the Mediterranean and beyond. He and his family leave Greece behind. They travel for many years, always under the protection of the gods, particularly Aphrodite. She has told him of a prophecy concerning him and his descendants. He will be the beginning of a millennium-long dynasty in a land to the west. After 7 long years, Aeneas and his family come to the kingdom of Latinus, and his people, the Latins. This land is full of rolling green hills. Tall cypress trees stand sentinel across the land. They are joined by olive and fig trees that the locals grow in great orchards. Sunflowers bloom in the warm summer air. As Aeneas surveys this new land from the balcony of Latinus's palace, he feels a settling in his heart. This is the place his mother told him about. Latinus leaves his lands to Aeneas, and in the ensuing years, Aphrodite visits her son many times. She instructs him on where to build and expand, making new cities. He founds Lavinium, while his son Ascanius founds the city of Alba Longa. Aeneas lives a long, happy life in the land that will one day be called Italy, though not for many centuries to come. When Aeneas is an old man, Aphrodite comes to him once more. She, still young and beautiful, takes his soft, wrinkled hand. He smiles at her, and she can see the little boy that once laid in her arms. Aphrodite whispers that she has one last gift for her son. She gently carries him as she did on the slopes of Mount Ida and takes him to Olympus. Aphrodite anoints his head with nectar, the holy drink of the gods, making him immortal. Aeneas's aged body smooths, the years falling away. He stands before his mother and the gods, tall and proud once more. Zeus has granted him this gift and smiles down at the newcomer. Aeneas, at a loss for words, looks at his mother. She simply smiles back and gestures over the precipices of Olympus. The white fluffy clouds part to allow Aeneas a clear view of the world. Aphrodite's long slender finger points down, and Aeneas sees the lives of his descendants roll out before him. Though time doesn't speed up, he has been gifted with second sight and gazes into the future. Like rainbow phantoms across the land, he watches the son of Ascanius, his own grandson, Brutus, travel across the world. He ventures even further west to an island called Albion. Brutus defeats the giants of that island and establishes a settlement of humans there, naming the island after himself, Britain. Another of Ascanius's sons, Silvius, stays near Alba Longa. In a flash, Silvius's line extends for generations, eventually producing twins called Romulus and Remus. Aeneas and Aphrodite watch on as the twins are raised by a she-wolf, and they go on to start the great city of Rome. A few more centuries flash by, and they witness a tall man standing in the city, addressing the inhabitants. He has a laurel wreath on his head and looks down on the city with love. Julius Caesar, the descendant of Romulus, is the first emperor of Rome. Aeneas and Aphrodite pull back from their vision, awestruck by the path that will unfold. Apollo claps Aeneas on the back, congratulating him on his fruitful and successful line. But Aeneas, humble as he is, shakes his head. He tells the gods that these many successful, strong and influential children are not his achievements. He turns his eyes to his mother, Aphrodite, and tells the residents of Olympus that only the children and grandchildren of love could have achieved such things. Aphrodite beams at her son. She glances towards the earth, her heart full of a love that resonates through the centuries. Aphrodite may not be a god of war, wisdom, heaven, or earth, but she is the god that loves humanity best and is more powerful than any other. Thunder rolls and a few flashes of lightning spark across the sky. But the dark grey clouds are located only above Mount Olympus. If the viewer looks closely, they might see that the miniature storm seems to follow one being in particular as he stomps around the palace of the gods. Zeus, the king of the gods, has a headache. He calls for Chiron, the immortal centaur gifted with the healing arts. Chiron is beautiful, with a chestnut-coloured horse's body and a long, silky tail. He examines Zeus, but finds no obvious reason for his pain. The thunder rolls again overhead. Chiron prescribes Zeus a poultice for his head and tells him to sleep on it. The next morning, the storm clouds over the Sky Father are even larger. Chiron attempts to ease the pain with a potion made from poppies and chamomile. This has no effect. Over the next week, Chiron exhausts his knowledge and skills, attempting to cure Zeus's headache. All the while, the storm above Olympus becomes larger and fiercer. Finally, after more than a week of this torment, Zeus calls for his son Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Hephaestus is a kind and gentle soul, despite his immense strength. He has a gift with metalworks, and he comes obediently at his father's call. Zeus begs his son to strike him on the head, to open his skull and find the source of the pain. Hephaestus asks his father if there is another way, but Zeus is insistent. Hephaestus takes his axe, and, before the entire population of Mount Olympus, he swings for his father's head. As soon as the metal connects with Zeus, a bright golden light bursts forth It is so bright that everyone in attendance has to look away for a moment. When the light dims, Zeus is rubbing his undamaged head, and a noble stranger stands next to him. The figure is a woman bedecked in the finest armor anyone has ever seen. In her hand is a tall spear, and on her head a fine helmet. An owl silently flaps down from the air and lands on her shoulder. The crowd is speechless. The figure announces herself as Athena, daughter of Zeus. His headache gone and forgotten, Zeus looks into her grey eyes and knows this to be true. There is no hesitation as he embraces Athena and welcomes her to the pantheon. The Olympians and other assorted immortals cheer with joy. A feast is prepared to welcome Athena amongst their ranks. She meets her brothers Hephaestus and Ares. Hephaestus inquires about her armor, admiring every aspect of the work. Athena tells him that she forged it herself within Zeus's head. They share a laugh as Hephaestus correctly diagnoses the pounding of the anvil as the source of Zeus's great headache. Athena also bonds with her brother Ares, god of war. They both find that they are battle gods, though Athena favors strategy, while Ares values might. Athena quickly makes plans to race chariots with Ares one day, and to visit Hephaestus's forge the next. Athena is also welcomed by her aunts and uncles, Poseidon, Demeter, Hestia, and Hades. Hades has come up from the underworld for the occasion, a rare event. They all embrace her warmly, assuring her that she will be a welcome contribution to the pantheon. Finally, Athena is presented to Hera. Though Hera is not her mother, the goddess of family hugs Athena with overwhelming love and compassion. There can be no doubt that this new goddess is meant to stay. Over the ensuing years, Zeus will come to favor Athena over all of his other children. Perhaps it's because he produced her completely on his own. Or maybe it's because she bears the attributes that he values above all else. When Zeus and his friend Prometheus create humans, it is Athena that they choose to breathe life into these new creations, blessing them with her wisdom. Athena spends many years teaching human beings the crafts needed for their survival. Weaving, pottery, metalworking, and all the handicrafts come from her. She bestows these gifts on humans after careful consideration of what they need to succeed in this world. Under the guidance of the gods, humans begin to spread across the world. They gather together to create villages, towns, and even cities. Civilization is beginning. Throughout this process, Athena's hand is seen everywhere. In the invention of every new tool and method of taming the world around them, Athena is the inspiration. There are few gods who love humanity more than she. She imparts wisdom to those who are pious and guides the hands of the creatives. In return, humanity worships her well. One day, a new city-state sends messages and prayers to the gods. This place is only a few years old, and the founder, King Cecrops, is looking for a patron god or goddess to guide his new city. Over the course of a week, he and his citizens send up many gifts and prayers to the gods, before Zeus picks 2 gods to go down and put forward their bids to be patrons. He chooses his brother Poseidon, as the city is a coastal town, and his daughter Athena. She has yet to announce patronage for a city-state. Uncle and niece meet in the beautiful city one fine summer day. The city has been constructed on a high hill, with a large port at the foot, where it meets the Mediterranean Sea. The 2 gods walk through the city, human-sized. The citizens don't recognize them and bustle about doing their personal errands. Athena and Poseidon get the opportunity to observe the people of the city. They seem like hard-working, caring, and smart humans. Both gods determine that this city is well worth their patronage. They make their way to the castle. Despite the guards and attendants not recognizing them as gods, Athena and Poseidon are brought before the king upon their request. This is another good sign. It seems that Cecrops is an attentive king, always happy to meet with the citizens of his city. They are brought to a modest but well-decorated throne room. King Cecrops greets the newcomers warmly, offering them refreshments from his own table. Athena and Poseidon reveal their true identities, and Cecrops is overjoyed. he insists on throwing a feast that evening to welcome the gods. He also invites them on a tour of the city that he will lead personally. Poseidon and Athena gladly welcome his hospitality. While the palace jumps into action, preparing the feast for that evening, Cecrops leads his two divine guests out into the city. Cecrops expresses his intimate knowledge of the city and displays his immense pride for the place he calls home. He introduces them to the old women who make delicately woven tapestries and the humble fishermen in the harbour. He leads them to a vast, empty plot that overlooks the city and the sea. Cecrops tells Athena and Poseidon that whichever god is chosen as the patron of his city will have a huge temple built on this spot in their honour. Athena takes in the view and reflects on the city she has seen today. The people are fair and talented. They craft and create with an enthusiasm that she admires greatly. Their king is wise, just, and kind. Though she has visited nearly every city, village, and town in the world, Athena has never felt such a strong connection as she does to this place. She decides that she wants nothing more than to be the patron of this city. Poseidon asks if Athena is ready to begin their contest. They agreed beforehand that they would provide the city with a gift if they wanted to be the patron, and that Cecrops would pick the better gift. Athena nods and gestures that Poseidon, as the elder, should bear his gift first. Poseidon takes his huge trident and strikes the ground. Immediately, water begins to burble up from it. A spring bubbles forth and flows, strong and true, down the hill towards the sea. Poseidon tells Cecrops that this saltwater spring will stand as his undying devotion to the city. This city will be successful when it comes to naval activities and trade by water. The port will never falter. The city is blessed by the sea, whether Poseidon becomes the patron deity or not. Cecrops bows his head in gratitude, overwhelmed by the gift. They both turn their eyes to Athena. From a fold in her robe, she pulls a tiny seed. She digs a small hole with her bare hands, placing the seed in the warm earth, and covers it with dirt as gently as a mother might cover her sleeping child. Within seconds, a small green sprout bursts forth from the earth. It steadily grows before their eyes. The trunk becomes a light grey colour, and the leaves a greenish blue. From the branches come little green fruits. The tree stops growing, large and beautiful, with branches full of the strange green fruit. Athena picks one and brings it to Cecrops, placing it in his hand. Athena explains that this is an olive tree. It will provide wood, oil, and food to the people of the city. This tree and everything it comes to bear will become a source of wealth for the city, should they choose to cultivate it. Cecrops listens with great interest. He glances down in astonishment at the olive fruit in his hand. Cecrops invites the gods back to his palace for the feast, announcing that he must spend the evening considering his options and thinking about these wonderful gifts. Poseidon and Athena congratulate one another for the ingenuity of their gifts. The feast is the best the city can provide. They bring out the full array of fresh produce from the surrounding fields. They prepare beautiful dishes of seafood caught by the local fishermen. The meal lasts hours, and it nearly seems as though the entire city has been invited to enjoy it. All the while, King Cecrops sits on his throne and appears to be deep in thought. He even gets up and turns in for the night before anyone else. Athena approves of this behavior, thinking it shows him to be a wise and thoughtful king, not prone to rushing into decisions. The next morning, Poseidon, Athena, and King Cecrops meet again at the top of the hill for his decision. Cecrops stares out at the sea for a long while before speaking. He has decided that Athena will be their patron goddess. He thanks Poseidon deeply for his gift and proclaims that Poseidon shall always be praised and honored in the city. Poseidon takes the decision with grace, shaking Cecrops' hand and hugging his niece before disappearing in a flash of light. King Cecrops bows to Athena and asks her to bless his city with a name. The name comes to Athena without any hesitation. This city will be known as Athens, and always bear her blessing for as long as it bears her name. Cecrops and his people set to work right away, creating the temple for Athena. She returns often to the city, lending a hand with detailing or conferring with Cecrops on matters of state. Both king and goddess are certain that the right decision was made. Cecrops has 3 daughters who are raised to be priestesses of Athena. Their names are Herse, Pandrosos, and Aglaurus. Athena blesses the girls with a talent for handicrafts in return for their devotion to her and their city. A few years later, Athena meets with Gaia in a cave near Athens. She is Athena's great-grandmother and the mother of all living things. The cave is carpeted with soft green moss, and the walls are covered in long green creepers. A vent at the back of the cave provides warm air from the core of the earth. She is curious as to why the primordial goddess could have asked her here. Athena approaches the form of the other goddess, lying on a soft bed of ferns. Gaia has given birth to a mortal son. She names the child Erichthonius and gives him to Athena to raise. This exchange happens in secret, away from the other gods or immortals, for Gaia has never raised a mortal child and doesn't think she can bear to watch his mortal life, knowing that she will live forever. Athena takes the baby in her arms. Gaia gazes lovingly into his eyes. Athena decided long ago that she would not marry or bear children. However, this child tugs at her heart, and she decides immediately to become his foster mother and guardian. Gaia hugs them both and sends them on their way, before melding back into her true form as the earth itself. Athena walks out of the cave and into the daylight. She is a little more suitable to raise a human child than Gaia, but there are still many challenges. She will need to place him amongst other humans who will know what he needs while she watches over him. Athena takes the child to Athens and seeks out the 3 daughters of Cecrops. She finds them in her temple in the Acropolis, the highest part of the city. Herse, Aglaurus, and Pandrosos are overjoyed at the chance to help their patron goddess. Athena tells them that Erechthonius must live in a small hut behind her temple. It will be guarded by a snake. The three sisters must feed the snake a honey cake once a month in order to pass into the hut and visit the child. The sisters take the care of the baby and the snake very carefully. From this day on, snakes become sacred to Athena, and the baby grows under the protection of all into a strong young man. Erechthonius ascends to the throne as Cecrops has no sons, and his three daughters have devoted their lives to the temple of Athena. Cecrops raises the boy to learn the trades that Athena and the people of Athens are known for. He studies strategy, wisdom, and justice. For centuries after, Erechthonius will be celebrated as one of the original hero rulers of Athens. This is the first, but certainly not the last hero that Athena guides through life in the ancient world. By her guiding hand, the heroes of this time will travel through the known world, slaying the most horrible monsters. These monsters were released in the time before human beings came to be, and the slaying of them is one of the ultimate acts of bringing civilization to the world. The continued success of humans is owed hugely to the intervention of Athena and her heroes. One such young hero is Bellerophon. This young man is the mortal son of Poseidon and was gifted with the ability to tame horses. This gift brought him to Pegasus, the winged horse that no other could tame. When Bellerophon sets out to tame the horse, it is Athena who appears to him on the road. She offers him a special bridle that she made herself. Bellerophon takes the divine gift, which allows him to ride Pegasus. Together, they go on to defeat the dreaded Chimera, a fire-breathing beast made from parts of a lion, a serpent, and a goat. Next, Athena blesses her young half-brother Perseus with her assistance. He is duped into taking the challenge of defeating Medusa, a gorgon. One look from Medusa's cursed eyes turns anyone into stone. Athena comes to Perseus, bearing the gift of her own bronze shield. She tells him to keep the shield well polished, though she doesn't explain why. She is hoping that her little brother will use his wisdom to realize what the shield is for. Along with the other gods, Athena watches from Olympus as Perseus uses the shield like a mirror, protecting himself from the Gorgon's glare and defeating the monstrous Medusa. When young Jason begins to assemble a crew of the most impressive heroes of the day for a mighty quest, Athena cannot help but become involved. They are going out in search of the Golden Fleece. Though she is not interested in where the fleece is, Athena is committed to the success of so many brave heroes. She decides that the best way she can assist them is in the building of the Argo, Jason's ship. Argos, the talented shipbuilder, is visited by Athena when he begins planning for the construction of the great ship. She tells him that he doesn't need other workers, but that the two of them shall create the ship together. He agrees and learns much under her tutelage. The result is the greatest, fastest ship the world has ever seen. Jason and his Argonauts defeat giants, harpies, and a dragon over the course of their journey. Athena watches over yet another mortal brother, Hercules, throughout the course of his lifetime. He shows himself to be the greatest of all heroes. His sorrows, joys, triumphs, and failures make for a true heroic epic. Although he must complete his 12 labours alone, Athena vows to make sure he gets his just rewards. At the end of his mortal life, it is Athena who flies down from Olympus on her chariot and collects his soul. Instead of allowing it to venture to Hades with the other mortal souls, Athena takes it up to Olympus and asks her father Zeus to make Hercules immortal. Her wish is granted, allowing Hercules to reside amongst the gods for eternity. Through Hercules, the earth is rid of a score of the most fearsome creatures, and Athena is proud to see him get his rest. Theseus, as a young man attempting to claim his fortune and fate as king of Athens, completes 6 labours on the road to the great city. Through intellect and wit, he defeats a slew of giants and bandits. This attracts Athena's attention. She has kept one eye on the young man since his birth, knowing him to be the true king of her sacred city. When he decides to free Athens from the persecution of the island nation of Crete, she chooses to help him. In the Cretan dungeons, the night before he is to meet the dreaded Minotaur, Athena comes to him in a dream. She plants in his head the simple plan of using string to find his way back out of the labyrinth once his task is complete. Theseus listens to the goddess, freeing the Athenians from Crete and putting the Minotaur out of its pitiful existence. Athena rewards him with a long reign as the rightful king of Athens. Out of all the heroes that Athena cares for, Odysseus is by far her favorite. His cunning nature and shrewd capabilities impress her time and time again during the Trojan War. While other gods are against him on his 10-year journey home, Athena consistently comes through as his protector. When, after a decade of trials and tribulations, he finally reaches his home island of Ithaca, it is Athena who appears to him and his son, telling them how to defeat their enemies and restore peace to their family life. Athena is a goddess of wisdom, war, craft, justice, and intellect. She uses these talents at every turn to help the heroes of humanity in their quest to tame the world. When Athena first breathed life into the clay figures formed by Prometheus, the world was a dangerous place for these new people. It was filled with monsters and forces well beyond their control. And only with her help and her teachings has the world become what it is. Athena is truly the goddess of heroes. Day and night, sound comes from the forge. Perhaps it's the sound of the bellows pumping to heat the embers. Or maybe it is the sound of loud voices issuing instructions to one another. Most often, it is the steady rhythm of the hammer on the anvil. The sound rings across all of Mount Olympus, particularly when the master of the forge and god of metalworking, Hephaestus, is crafting something brilliant. Hephaestus has the huge muscles and calm demeanor of one who works with metal. He is patient, never rushing his work. He is soft-spoken when outside of the forge, as if trying to keep the balance between the sound of work and the sound of leisure. And although he works with armor, weapons, and the like, he himself is peace-loving and mild. See him now in his forge. Granted, it is difficult to see through the gleaming white light, but he is there at the anvil. He hammers the writhing snakes of pure light that dance around the forge. Hephaestus is assisted in his work by 3 giants, each with 1 eye. These are the Cyclopes, whose names are Brontes, the thunder, Steropes, the lightning, and Arges, the lightning flash. They are children of the primordial sky god Uranus and earth goddess Gaia, making them great uncles of Hephaestus. The Cyclopes sided with Zeus during the battle between the Titans and the gods. This loyalty earned them a place on Mount Olympus, where their immense strengths and skills of craft could be put to work. Before Hephaestus was born, they were considered the greatest metalworkers in existence. They created a helmet of invisibility for Hades, and Poseidon's trident, which can create whirlpools, tidal waves, and earthquakes. Even now, they are helping Hephaestus to tame the pure lightning that he hammers. The 4 of them are making thunderbolts to replenish the arsenal of Zeus, king of the gods and Hephaestus's father. As Hephaestus hammers the lightning, it bursts even brighter with each stroke. The heat from the forge is immense. Hephaestus and the Cyclopes are all shining with sweat. After long minutes of hammering, Hephaestus orders that the bolt be cooled in a barrel of pure rainwater. Brontes uses tongues larger than the tallest pine tree to pick up the lightning bolt and immerse it in a huge barrel of purest rainwater. The air is immediately filled with a cloud of warm, thick steam. The 4 divine beings take this moment to have a break and make their way out of the forge to sit in the bright sunshine of the mountain top. Hephaestus and the Cyclopes pass around an amphora of nectar, the honey-like drink of the gods. Hephaestus looks down the slopes of the mountain to the world below. His godly eyes can see far beyond the limits of mortal eyes. He sees not just the landscape, but also the fires of every forge in the world. He feels the roiling depths of the volcanoes scattered here and there. He hears the ringing of thousands of hammers on thousands of anvils. Some smiths are busy with the necessary work of everyday life. They are making horseshoes, repairing farm equipment, or sharpening weapons. Others, the true craftspeople, are making great pieces of art, things that will make other humans marvel to behold. All metalworkers are under the protection of Hephaestus, and as long as they keep their fires hot, he will look over them. Hephaestus allows the sweet golden liquid to trickle down his throat. The sun warms his tired muscles, and he glances into the sky. One of the very first things he made was for Helios, the sun god. Hephaestus was still a young deity and had only just learned from the Cyclopes how to make Zeus's thunderbolts. Helios came to see the young god and explained his problem. For millennia, Helios had travelled across the sky each day in a huge golden cup. While this was a reliable way to bring the sun across the sky, it was not the most divine. When Helios joined the side of the gods during the War of the Titans, Zeus gave him 4 brilliant white horses. The horses' names were Pyrrhos, the fiery one, Eus of the dawn, Aethon, the blazing, and Phlegon, the burning. The horses, while incredibly beautiful, were unruly and barely handleable, even by Helios. He needed a chariot that would bear the heat of the sun and the fury of his divine horses. Hephaestus took the job at once, determined to prove himself as the smith of the gods. He visited the palace of the sun in the far east. The rose and gold-coloured palace was beautiful. Even the stables were shining with the colours of the sun. As soon as Hephaestus approached, he could hear the snorting of the horses and feel the warmth of their bodies. Keeping a respectful distance, Hephaestus observed the horses. He took note of their height and strength. He made calculations of the size and durability of the chariot needed. When he had everything, Hephaestus went back to his forge. He decided to work with pure gold for the chariot. It would reflect the light of the sun down upon the earth and please the vain horses. He wove magic and the enchantment of the gods into every piece of the chariot, so it would be indestructible. It took him a week to finish his work. Normally, he would work through the night, but for this piece, he would only work on it under the light of the sun, still being taken across the sky by Helios in his cup. Finally, the chariot was finished. One evening, Hephaestus took it to the palace of the sun to present it to Helios. The sun god was impressed. The two huge wheels of the chariot were decorated with fiery beams of light for the spokes. Every bit of it gleamed gold with a warm light that seemed to radiate from the inside out. The true test, however, was whether it would bear the horses of the sun. Together, Hephaestus and Helios prepared the horses. As soon as the bridles were on, the normally fearsome horses grew tame and calm. Helios was overcome with joy. At that moment, his sister Eos, goddess of the dawn, came hurrying past the two gods, ready to throw open the doors of dawn ahead of this new chariot. Helios got into his chariot and felt for the first time that he was complete. Hephaestus watched as Helios took his first ride across the world to the palace of the West with a glow in his chest. What better introduction to his work could the world ask for than the shining chariot of the sun? Hephaestus returns from his thoughts with a smile. That was a long time ago now. He has made many pieces since. Many have been instruments of war. Weapons, armor, and shields have been born in his forge and handed over to gods and mortals alike. But one of the most powerful things he ever created was for the goddess of love. As if called into being by his very thoughts, Aphrodite appears from around the corner and approaches the forge. She is the goddess of love and beauty, and the sight of her brings forth a sigh of contentment from Hephaestus and the Cyclopes. Aphrodite greets Hephaestus warmly. She is his wife and official consort, but Hephaestus knew when he married her that this was not to be a traditional marriage. Where Hera, his mother, demands complete devotion from his father Zeus, Hephaestus is content with occasional companionship from Aphrodite. He knows that the goddess of love cannot simply love one being. Aphrodite brings Hephaestus a basket of fruits, cheeses, and bread as lunch. They share this meal together in front of the forge, catching up with one another. This is a marriage of companionship, for both divine beings are devoted wholeheartedly to their jobs in the world. Hephaestus sees the glittering belt around Aphrodite's waist and smiles. Though she may have many lovers, he knows her most prized possession is that belt. When they were first married, Hephaestus was still quite shy around her. He wanted to present her with something that would show the depth of his affection and devotion. He felt that jewelry was overdone. He wanted to craft something for her that she could imbue with her own powers. After many days of making plans and prototypes to no avail, Hephaestus finally went to Aphrodite to ask her what she would like. Taken aback by his sweet directness, Aphrodite took a long moment to respond. The two of them went to the forge together and drew up the plans for her gift. He formed and shaped silver and gold, while she procured precious stones from Hades, the god of the underworld and wealth. Aphrodite was in the forge with Hephaestus as much as she could be in those days. Through the hours of labor together, they formed a friendship and companionship that would go on to serve as the unshakable foundation of their marriage for years to come. Finally, when their work was done, Hephaestus presented Aphrodite with the gift in front of the entire population of Mount Olympus. The belt was made of tiny, delicate loops and scales that moved together seamlessly. It was as if the metal belt was actually made from purest silk. Along the band were pink amethysts, red rubies, and pure diamonds to catch the light. Little silver flowers were formed so beautifully that they looked impossibly real. Aphrodite poured part of her powers into the belt so that she might lend it to gods and mortals to ease their paths of love. Returning from his memory, Hephaestus watches as Aphrodite gathers up the remnants of their lunch. Soon, she bids him goodbye. The Cyclopes return to the forge to finish the lightning bolts for Zeus. As they get back to work, they assure Hephaestus that they do not need his assistance. Hephaestus sits on his own for a few moments. Idle time is not something he is familiar with. the god of the forge looks down at his large hands and wonders what he should apply himself to in the meantime. Perhaps he could make a gift for one of his family members. But what? And for whom? Looking for inspiration, Hephaestus casts his mind back to some of the gifts he has made in the past. One of the most fantastic was the sandals and helmet he created for his brother Hermes. Hephaestus remembers the first time he saw his little brother. The baby, though only a day old, was already talking and had spent his first full day of life rustling cattle, inventing musical instruments, and charming nearly everyone he met. He charmed Hephaestus too. The little god showered the naturally modest Hephaestus with so many compliments about his work that Hephaestus retired to his forge to get away from such attention. Immediately, Hephaestus knew he must create something for Hermes. It was a difficult task because no one was yet sure what powers would develop in a god so young. Hermes was certainly silver-tongued, and, Hephaestus thought to himself, he was also quick of mind if his accomplishments to date were anything to go by. The little god was quick in nearly every way. Surely he would like something to make himself even quicker. Hephaestus had been sitting beside his forge on that day when he contemplated what to make for Hermes. The perfect idea struck him as he saw a gerfalcon speed through the air, diving for some unseen prey below. Hephaestus took to his feet and went to work with renewed purpose. He acquired the purest gold and spent many days fashioning individual feathers. He studied the wings of the fastest birds on Earth, determining how their design contributed to their speed. He constructed small golden wings which fluttered around his workshop. They glistened and glinted in the warm light of the forge. 2 of the wings he attached to leather sandals, enchanted so that the leather would never wear out and would mold perfectly to the foot of the wearer. The sandals were fine, Hephaestus had to admit, but sandals alone didn't feel like enough for Hermes. In the past few days, the young god had already shown a new talent for trickery, language, athletics, and wit. So many of his powers seemed to come from fast thinking and intelligence Hephaestus set to work again. This time, he fashioned wings for a Pegasus to match the sandals. Hephaestus formed a wide-brimmed hat from leather and attached 2 more golden wings to it. He had debated with himself for a while about whether to make a hat or a helmet. But Hermes appeared to be a god of travellers, crossroads, and boundaries. This is not a battle god, and a helmet would do him no good. A common travelling hat would better suit him. When Hephaestus was happy with the gifts, he sought out his little brother. Hermes practically leapt for joy when he saw the gifts. Now, many years later, they are Hermes' iconic accessories. They assist him in his duties as a messenger and guide for lost souls. Hephaestus wonders to himself if he could possibly ever match the craftsmanship of those gifts. He enjoyed making them because, like Aphrodite's belt, they were tools of power and not of war. By far the most dangerous gift he ever made was for Aphrodite's son, Eros. Eros is a god of love and one who takes his responsibilities seriously. When he was maturing, Aphrodite came to Hephaestus, asking him to make something for her eldest child. Hephaestus agreed, as Eros was his stepson. He went down to the athletic field on Mount Olympus to speak to the boy. Eros was practicing archery with some of the other younger deities. Hephaestus watched for a while. While Artemis and Apollo were better shots than Eros, it wasn't by much. The young god of love stood tall and proud as he shot, his large white wings folded neatly against his body. Hephaestus decided to make the boy a bow, arrows, and a special quiver. Before he started work, Hephaestus discussed the plans with Eros. He impressed on the young man the importance of this responsibility. These were not to be a normal set of bow and arrows, which were already risky gifts in the first place. These were to be imbued with Eros's powers as a god of romantic love. Eros listened carefully to Hephaestus. At the end of their discussion, he promised solemnly to be careful with his gift. Satisfied, Hephaestus got to work. At first, he created a batch of pure golden arrows. They were fast and true, and filled with the power of pure love. Anyone who was pricked by them would fall in love with the next person or being that they saw. Hephaestus also made a special quiver to hold the arrows. It was formed and shaped to fit over Eros's torso and rest between his great white wings. Again, Hephaestus paused at the end of his labours and considered the gift. It seemed to be missing something. Hephaestus thought about love. It was powerful, but not the only powerful emotion that Eros could create. There is a thin line between love and hate. Hephaestus made one more arrow for the quiver, a black arrow of lead that would create hatred in the target. When Hephaestus presented the finished quiver, arrows, and ornate silver bow to Eros, he explained the use of the arrows. "This is the most dangerous gift I have ever made," he told the young god, "because every living being can fall into love or into hatred. Use your power well." And Eros heeded his stepfather for a while. One night, however, he was sent to shoot the mortal Psyche with a love arrow and accidentally pricked himself. Eros fell in love with Psyche immediately. Hephaestus brings his mind back to the here and now, chuckling to himself. Love is more powerful than anything else he has come across. Eros had to learn that the hard way. None of these ruminations on his past works have inspired Hephaestus in the least. He feels the fiery urge for creativity burning in his chest. He merely needs a source of inspiration. His eye is caught by a figure approaching his forge. As the figure draws nearer, he recognizes Thetis, a Nereid and old friend of Hephaestus. The water nymph rarely comes up to Olympus, so Hephaestus is surprised to see her here. Thetis smiles warmly and greets the god. She tells him that she has come to ask a favor. She needs a new shield for her mortal son, Achilles. Hephaestus is immediately interested. He has heard about the bravery of her son many times. Hephaestus agrees to make a shield for the young man. He sets to work immediately, distractedly saying goodbye to Thetis. Achilles is a young hero of humanity. His shield needs to represent as much of humanity as possible. he starts the design with the sea, earth, and stars. He includes several of the major constellations and star deities. He inlays the shield with two impressive cities, one in peace and one at war. Next, he places 3 panels exhibiting the sowing of seeds, the harvest, and the cultivation of crops. Finally, the entire design is encircled by the waves of the ocean. Hephaestus makes the details of the design in bronze, gold, and silver. He expertly weaves the metals together so that the shield looks more like a shining painting than an artifact made from metal. Hephaestus barely notices time passing as he works. He can feel the pure energy of creativity and craftsmanship flowing through him. Nothing is more satisfying than using his hands, skills, and mind to create something. When he finally finishes the shield, Hephaestus takes a step back to admire it. He sees movement in the reflection of the shield and turns to find Thetis. She is smiling, tears of joy in her eyes. This is truly the greatest, most beautiful thing he has ever made, and it is for a mortal. Hephaestus hands the shield to his friend. He thinks about all those other artifacts he has made for his fellow gods. They are, each one, lovely, beautiful, and marvelous. But, like so many other gods, Hephaestus finds that his best work is to be given to humanity. They are the source of inspiration and unconditional love that drives every god to do something truly spectacular. Aphrodite looks just as radiant as ever, with the tiny baby in her arms. She beams up into the face of the child's father, Ares. When it comes to the divine consort of Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, many of the other deities were surprised that she chose the god of war. And yet, their relationship is one that endures, filled with passion. Now, they have brought a little goddess into the world. They savor this quiet moment together, knowing that it will not last. Even now, they can hear the rest of the children on the other side of the door, desperate to get in and meet their new sibling. Ares places a large hand on the head of his only daughter, caressing her silky, soft hair. She focuses her eyes on him and grasps his finger. At this moment, Ares realizes he will know no love like that which he carries for his daughter. The moment is cut short as the noise of the boys on the other side of the door grows louder. A scuffle appears to have started. Aphrodite laughs her tinkling chuckle and tells Ares to let them in. Ares smiles to himself as he crosses to the door. He grips the handle and opens it 1 inch. The faces of 6 boys bob against the opening, all speaking at once. They range in age, from 2 to 14 years old, each as excited as the last. Ares tells them that they cannot enter unless they calm themselves. He reminds them that this is not the stadium, but their mother's bedroom and a place for calm. He has to fight back a laugh as all 6 boys do their best to stand to attention and show that they alone amongst their brothers should be allowed in. Satisfied, Ares opens the door completely and leads his sons to their mother's bedside. They line the bed solemnly as Aphrodite shows them their little sister and newest sibling. Ares can tell they are impressed because they are all silent, a rare occasion. Finally, the eldest, Eros, asks her name. Aphrodite tells them that she has named the goddess Harmonia. Eros, Phobos, Deimos, and Teros, Himeros, and little Pothos all whisper the name to themselves. Aphrodite explains to her sons that their sister will be the goddess of harmony. Ares mentally sends thanks to his father Zeus for that blessing. His daughter will hopefully outweigh the chaos of his sons, who are all gods of love or war. Ares looks at his family and tries to dedicate every detail to memory, to be cherished forever. Years pass, and Harmonia matures into a full goddess. Her brothers set up their own homes around the Mediterranean world, for at this time it is common for deities and immortals to live amongst humanity. Harmonia, the last to leave Aphrodite and Ares' palace on Olympus, goes to her father to ask his advice on where she should settle Together, they look down at the world. They inspect the various islands, mountains, valleys, and regions of Greece and beyond. Finally, Harmonia points to a small island in the northeastern corner of the Aegean Sea. Samothrace is not large, has few natural harbours, and is mainly dominated by Mount Ceos. Ares nods his approval. It is far from the fighting, squabbles, and worries of this still very young world. The perfect spot. Harmonia makes a modest home on the island, content to wander its paths and amuse herself for some time. Her parents, siblings, and extended family often visit. Every time Ares comes to see her, he reminds her of the dangers of the rest of the world and her duty as the goddess of harmony. Her place is on this peaceful island, and for a time she agrees with him. Her mother, Aphrodite, simply watches these exchanges with a sly smile and says nothing. One day, Harmonia notices a ship on the horizon. It fascinates her, as none of her family ever need to board a ship to come and see her. All morning, the boat gets closer and closer. Finally, it anchors not far from the island's solitary harbour, and a smaller boat is rowed to shore. There are a few humans on Samothrace. They make up a quiet fishing village and are devoted to Harmonia. They greet the strangers from the ship according to the laws of hospitality. Harmonia decides to disguise herself as a priestess and greet the visitors as well. She wraps a shawl around herself as she races down the mountain to the village. The villagers are entertaining their guests with a modest feast. Harmonia slips amongst them to get a look at the newcomers. There are 2 young men and 1 older woman in the party. Through listening to snatches of conversation, Harmonia learns that they are Telephassa and her 2 sons, Thasus and Cadmus. Harmonia has never seen a young man like Cadmus before. She can't take her eyes off of him. She barely even hears him telling the villagers that he is on an exploratory mission with his brother to find a new place to settle and start new kingdoms. Harmonia sneaks away once again and runs to her secret grove on the mountainside. She has never felt this way before. she paces in an agitated fashion, unsure of what to do. She thinks about calling up to her father, who always answers her calls and will drop everything to spend a few moments with his daughter. She considers how her father will react upon hearing of her feelings for a mortal man, and changes her mind. Instead, she calls up to her mother. Within seconds, Aphrodite appears in a haze of pink mist. Together, the two goddesses create a plan for Harmonia to meet Cadmus. Aphrodite, in the guise of a priestess, goes to Cadmus and his family, offering to give them a blessing for their journey. As Cadmus, Thasus, and Telephassa sit in the still, comforting darkness of the temple on the island, they are enveloped in the sweet perfume of jasmine flowers. Incense burns, and Aphrodite's voice lulls them into a state of meditative relaxation. Cadmus allows his eyes to flutter open for a moment and sees a figure before him. He opens his eyes fully and takes in the sight of Harmonia for the first time. The electricity between them is nearly palpable. Blissful days pass on Samothrace. Soon, Thasus leaves for another island, determined to continue his search for a new home. Cadmus too starts thinking about travel. He asks Harmonia if she wants to come with him, and she answers yes almost immediately. The words of her father are not forgotten, but she knows that as the goddess of harmony, she can do more out in the world rather than be stuck on this little island. Telephassa decides to stay on Samothrace and waves off the young couple as they board their ship. Rather than sailing around the Mediterranean looking for a sign from the gods, Harmonia convinces Cadmus that they should make for Delphi to consult the oracle. Her motivation is twofold, for she also wants a chance to ask her father his opinion on where they should go. Delphi is a sacred place for the god Apollo. Prophecy and divining the future are among Apollo's many responsibilities. However, Delphi has also been a place where other gods might speak to mortals through the seer. Harmonia and Cadmus sit in the temple, waiting for the Pythia to give her oration. In the dark inner sanctum of the temple, a vision arises in Harmonia's mind as the Pythia begins speaking. In her mind, she can see her father mouthing the words of the prophecy. Cadmus, too, has a vision of a deity speaking the words, though he envisions Athena, the protector goddess of heroes. The Pythia tells the young couple that they should follow the cow with the crescent marking on its hide and build a city wherever it lies down. Harmonia and Cadmus leave the temple, puzzling over the words. That is, until just a few moments later, when Cadmus walks right into a brown cow with a white crescent-shaped patch of fur on her side. The cow lows at them and then turns east and starts walking. Cadmus and Harmonia hurry after the animal. They travel for many months. Trailing behind them are some of Cadmus's followers from back home, a few of the villagers from Samothrace, and many more people who have decided to join the couple on their quest to start a new city. Eventually, the entire group comes through a valley into a wide green plain, a more beautiful piece of land Harmonia is certain she has never seen. The cow wanders to the middle of the plain, near a sparkling river that snakes through the countryside, and lies down for a rest. Harmonia, Cadmus, and their followers cheer with joy. Finally, they have found the spot to start their new city. They take deep breaths, reveling in the taste of the fresh air. The plain seems like a slice of heaven to Cadmus, Harmonia, and their followers. The entire group begins unpacking, setting up camp, and discussing the future city. Harmonia picks up a bucket and makes her way to the nearby river. She hums happily to herself as she walks. She glances up at the sky and is surprised to see one dark cloud over the river. She peers down at the water and sees it bubbling. The sparkling surface reveals a large shape. First, a head emerges from the water, glittering green and smooth. The eyes are the color of pure amber and look cunning. In hardly the space of a breath, the rest of the huge serpent comes out of the water and elegantly lands on the bank of the river. Time slows for Harmonia. She is aware of movement and activity behind her, but ignores it. her eyes are locked on those of the serpent. She knows that she should be afraid, but something inside her tells her that she will come to no harm. The air around her and the serpent fills with sparkling specks of gold as the world pauses. The flowing river freezes in its course. The wind ceases to blow, and the clouds stop their crawl across the sky. Even the serpent is completely still. Harmonia doesn't so much hear the voice of Ares, but feels his thoughts arrive, fully formed in her head. He tells her that this serpent is sacred to him and a gift for her and her people. By defeating this serpent, Cadmus will fulfill his destiny as a hero. Ares gives Harmonia specific instructions for what she and Cadmus must do once the serpent is defeated. She listens in rapt silence. Finally, Ares assures her that no true hero can go through life without trials, and that he has decided to be the one to put those trials before Cadmus. This isn't because he wants the young man to fail, but because he wants to be able to have a say in the outcome. Harmonia is still taking in his words when time seeps back into the world. Before Harmonia knows what is happening, Cadmus races past her with his sword upraised. He fights the serpent and defeats it, prompting a cheer from their waiting crowd. Though Harmonia knew that Cadmus would succeed, she cheers as loudly as the rest of their followers. That night, they hold a feast, the first one of their new city. They eat and laugh together beneath a cheerful sky, and then under a ceiling of bright stars. They tell stories and weave a collective tale about the future of this new city. It will be the first and greatest of all Grecian city-states. The stars shine so bright that night, they can imagine that the gods themselves are joining in with their revelry. In the morning, Harmonia wakes Cadmus and tells him that they have work to do. They return to the place where the serpent lies. Harmonia tells him to follow her instructions, no matter how strange or outlandish they might seem. He agrees immediately, having learned after their months of travel together that she is wise and connected to the gods. She instructs him to remove all the teeth from the mouth of the great serpent. Cadmus gets to work immediately. As their other followers start to wake up, they gather to help him, but Harmonia holds them back. As the founder of their new home, Cadmus must complete this task alone. Cadmus collects the teeth, many of which are as long as his forearm. They are stacked into a gleaming pile, the color of burnished bronze. When Cadmus has removed every tooth, Harmonia tells him to plough a field and plant the teeth into the furrows. Once again, he doesn't question her, but simply gets to work. He toils for half the day, being sure to plant the teeth in straight rows at even distances. Cadmus and Harmonia's followers watch as he works. Over the course of the day, they attend to their chores, setting up the camp even more. They collect firewood and water, make food, and mind their children. But when they have a moment of free time, they return to the edge of Cadmus's field to watch him at work. Cadmus refuses to take a break, even for some water. By the time he finishes, the sun is starting its descent. Its light seems to lay across the entire plain, like a golden-colored blanket. Cadmus unhooks the horse that he was using to help him plough and brushes it down gratefully, asking one of the boys to make sure the hard-working animal is well taken care of this evening. In the minutes preceding the sunset, the entire camp gathers at the edge of the field with a feeling of hesitant expectation. They watch the newly turned earth for the smallest sign of change or magic as the light transitions from gold to bronze to copper. Suddenly, Harmonia makes a sound and points to one of the furrows. Something is rising up out of the earth. First, the tip of a spear appears, pushed through the rich, fertile soil. Other spear points rise from where the dragon teeth were buried. Another moment later reveals helmets and heads. Within a very short amount of time, the field now stands dense with tall, strong warriors. They stare straight ahead, unmoving. Like fearsome stalks of corn, they stand with their feet in the earth. Cadmus steps forward from the watching crowd and lifts his sword to the sky, He commands them with their name, a word that appears in his mind as if placed there by the hand of a god. Spartoi. At once the soldiers stand to attention and salute Cadmus. Harmonia notices that the faces of each of the Spartoi look vaguely like that of her father. The nose of this one, or the set of eyes on that one. She smiles to herself, knowing that they have been blessed. She sends up a silent prayer of thanks to Ares. It has been a strange way of helping, she must admit to herself. And yet, her father is not used to creation. He only knows destruction. Over the following weeks and months, the Spartoi helped to build the city and its fortifications under Cadmus's direction. One day, while they are working on the outer walls of the city, Harmonia comes by to offer refreshments to the men. She works her way along the line, offering out cups of fresh water and chatting with the Spartoi. Many of them have already partnered with the women and are planning families. Harmonia gets to the last man in the line and recognizes a familiar figure. She walks up and offers Ares a cup of water. He smiles at her and takes the water gratefully. They spend a few moments making small talk. Finally, Harmonia comments that this sort of work is not usual for the god of war and an Olympian. Her father's smile widens as he assures her that he's just as capable of building fortifications as the next man. Even better, perhaps. He bids her to carry on with her duties, and she places a kiss on his cheek before moving on. One year later, when the city is finally finished, a huge festival is thrown. It is not just a festival for the city, but also the first wedding to be held here. The new city is bedecked with flowers, garlands, and fabric decorations. The first harvests of the surrounding fields are brought in to load up the long dining tables in the main square. Everyone is cheerful, excited, and grateful. In the past year, the people of this new city have flourished. The Spartoi have integrated themselves into city life, many of them becoming soldiers, advisors, politicians, and fathers. The crowning glory of this new city sits in the center. It is a gleaming temple to the gods, which the residents of the city have nicknamed the Cadmea in honor of their founder. The future seems very bright. The biggest change, however, is the introduction of the Phoenician alphabet. Cadmus's homeland was far to the east in Phoenicia, where they used this selection of symbols to write down their language. He has spent the past year teaching everyone in the city how to use it. The city is now covered in inscriptions. Messages are passed back and forth in writing every day. Even the laws and ordinances of the city are drawn up and presented for the entire population to see. Cadmus is in his dressing room, nervously preparing for the wedding day. Despite that he faced down a serpent, built a city, and crossed the world for this day, nothing has yet made him more nervous than he is at this moment. He fidgets with his outfit in front of a piece of burnished bronze that he uses as a mirror. Suddenly, he turns, spotting a figure behind him. Ares, god of war, stands before him in bright, shining armor and formal regalia. Ares approaches the young man and looks him up and down before offering the briefest smile. Harmonia is similarly being attended by a deity. Her mother, Aphrodite, maneuvers the last lock of her hair into place and smiles at her daughter. Then Aphrodite leaves the room, blowing a kiss on the way out. Harmonia stands, grabs her bouquet of flowers, and waits by the door to her dressing room. A moment later, her father appears. He raises his eyebrows, asking if she is ready. She nods in return and takes his arm. Together, father and daughter walk through the palace to the main square of the city. In the square, they find every single resident of the city, plus many more. The Olympians and many other deities and immortals have come here to witness this momentous occasion. Harmonia holds on tightly to Ares' arm as they walk down the aisle. She spots her brothers, all tall and handsome. Zeus and Hera sit in a place of honor, looking radiant. Her mother, Aphrodite, beams from the front row. At the end of the aisle, Ares hands her over to Cadmus with a stiff look and Harmonia nearly bursts out into laughter. They turn to face the gathered crowd as a couple. Cadmus tells the entire city that before they are joined together, they must christen their new home. He glances at Harmonia once more, who smiles, and then he announces the name of the city, Thebes. The crowd cheers, and the city's future is assured. The old forest around the goddess becomes a blur of dark hues and textures as she runs. She runs not as the chaste, but for the pure love of running. At her heels, her pack of dogs keep pace, though she could outrun them if she wanted. Not far behind, she can hear the others coming. To mortal ears, her retinue would be completely silent and would probably pass by unnoticed. But to Artemis's ears, they thunder like the very titans themselves. Artemis smiles to herself and runs faster still. She knows every branch, leaf, rock, and stone in this forest. She can feel the heartbeat of every deer, wolf, bear, and mouse that calls it home. She is the goddess of the hunt and the wilds. Nothing on 2 legs or 4 is faster than her, and Artemis loves nothing more than the feeling of the wind in her hair as she runs through the countryside. Her elation is a combination of joyful freedom and the satisfaction of knowing that she is the fastest being, mortal or immortal. Well, nearly the fastest. As if reading her mind, a figure appears next to her, easily keeping stride. Her brother, Hermes. He wears the same cheeky, knowing grin that always appears on his boyish face when he wants to rile her up. Artemis barely glances at him before speeding up. Her hounds slowly fade into the background, unable to keep pace. Even her retinue is far behind now. Hermes' grin simply widens as he matches her speed. He even dares to start pulling ahead of her. Artemis scowls and pushes herself to her top speed. Her legs are a blur as the world around her disappears in a haze. Hermes simply continues to smile and pulls ahead of her further still. The forest begins to thin around them. In the blink of an eye, both gods stand completely still on the edge of a high outcropping. Artemis controls her breathing, unwilling to show her brother that she is winded. Hermes, apparently completely at ease, lounges on a nearby boulder. After several moments of glaring at the horizon, Artemis turns to her brother and asks what he wants. He always wants something. Hermes begins to monologue about her brusque manner, the importance of close family ties, and the complicated nature of the world at large. Artemis sighs. That is Hermes. He loves the sound of his own voice. Knowing that it's better to let him run out of words, Artemis turns her mind to her other brother, her twin, Apollo. They are mirror images of one another in the way so many siblings inevitably turn out to be. Somehow, Artemis and Apollo are both incredibly similar and complete opposites. Even their realms of rule are connected. She is the goddess of the moon, and he is the god of the sun. They are both archery gods. He stands for the logical order of things, like medicine, music, and science, while she rules over the wild and uncontrolled parts of the world, like the wilderness, the night, and childbirth. As a devoutly chaste goddess, even she sometimes thinks it is odd that she is the goddess of childbirth and the protector of children. But perhaps that is because children are born wild and only tamed as they become adults. As for childbirth itself, it is the first of her duties, though she will never experience it firsthand. She is the older twin of the two, and she remembers clearly the day she was born, even after all these millennia. Immortals have good memories that way. Her mother, Leto, was a titan and of an older generation of deities. Like so many other beautiful nymphs, mortals, and gods, Leto caught the attention of Zeus. Their short affair was over before it began, but Leto became pregnant. Not wanting to give birth on Olympus amongst the gossiping pantheon, Leto took herself away to the island of Delos. Delos was afloat in the ocean and not attached to the ocean floor. The floating island travelled around the seas, drawn here and there by the tides and the winds. It took Leto some time to find it, as it drifted up and down the Mediterranean. When Leto arrived, the island seemed a secluded paradise. The vegetation was lush and rich. There was a clear spring that gurgled through the woods. The trees gave way here and there to broad meadows of fragrant wildflowers. Birds and small animals went about their business here and there, unafraid and unbothered by the arrival of the pregnant goddess. The sun shone down on the island with cheerful brightness, but was not so hot as to be uncomfortable. It didn't take Leto long to find a dry, cozy cave in the hills to make her home for the next few weeks. Some of her nymph friends came to visit her in the weeks leading up to the birth. They would brush her hair, sing songs, and gossip about the things going on back on Olympus. As her time drew nearer, Leto accepted fewer visitors and turned her thoughts to the child she was about to bring into the world. This was her first time, and she was in equal measure excited and nervous. The night of the next full moon drew closer, and Leto knew that would be the night when her child would arrive. The sunset blossomed from the horizon, painting the sky in all the vibrant colours the Hesperides could conjure. Leto thought to herself that the triple goddesses of the sunset and the evening had outdone themselves with this sky. Oranges, pinks, coppers and golds melted in and out of one another with divine simplicity. As the sun set over the horizon, Leto saw a bright flash of green as the last rays dipped down. It wasn't until the huge full moon was at its zenith that Leto's trials ended, and she held her daughter in her arms. The moon was a bright gold harvest moon. It shone down on the perfect baby, capturing just for an instant the greatest moment of Leto's existence. But only a couple of hours later, with the moon descending and the night growing old, Leto realized that there was another baby to come. She knew inherently that this one would be more difficult, and wished for someone, anyone, to be there to support her. Movement in her arms drew her attention down to her baby daughter, barely a few hours old. The child looked at her with such knowing that Leto's anxieties melted away. Artemis would help her mother through this experience. And so it was that Artemis's first divine act was to help her mother deliver her twin brother into the world. Just as the bright golden sun rose fully over the horizon and shone in the sky, Artemis and Leto welcomed Apollo into the world. Forever, pregnant women would be under Artemis's protection, for birth is an experience between worlds. In its own way, it is wild, untamed, and fierce. It is a rare place where one life becomes two, and Artemis is honored to be the one who oversees this divine right. Plus, she loves to tell the other gods, deities, and immortals about how she delivered her baby brother, much to his chagrin. Artemis's thoughts drift back to the here and now as her half-brother Hermes drones on. He is silver-tongued, but she is the silver goddess of the moon, and his abilities are less effective on her, which is probably why he loves teasing her so much. He still seems in the thick of his monologue, and she can hear her retinue is quite far away. Artemis settles back once again to let her mind wander. Not long after the birth of her children, Leto and the twins were welcomed back to Olympus. Zeus, for all his faults, took an active role in the raising of the pair. One day, about 5 years after their birth, Zeus was sitting in his great throne room and listening to the pleas, requests, and demands of the other immortals. It was a duty that he didn't look forward to. As he sent another nymph away, telling her that he was not going to punish a mortal man simply for loving or not loving her, Zeus controlled the urge to roll his eyes. He looked up to find a new, surprising supplicant before him. Little Artemis stood proudly in front of the throne and stared hard at her father. Zeus, thinking she simply wanted to play, started to explain to her that he would be done soon and they could continue their game of chase later. The precocious child interrupted her father, king of the gods, and told him that she was here with a request. Caught off guard, Zeus simply nodded his head and asked her to proceed. Artemis cleared her throat and told him before the entire court that she had some requests for for what should fall under her domain when she matured to full godhead. The little goddess told him that her foremost duty should be that of the goddess of the moon and the night. It was her favorite time of day, and she wanted to ride across the sky in the great moon chariot. Zeus nodded, unable to see any issues with this request. He opened his mouth to make the proclamation final, and thus bring this meeting to a close. But Artemis stopped him and told him that she wasn't finished. Zeus's younger daughter had always been a wild child, so he was unsurprised when she also listed the hunt, the chase, and the wilderness as her requested domains. For sacred animals, she wanted the deer, the hound, and the bear. And for sacred symbols, she requested bows and arrows, crescent moons, torches, and the spear. The little goddess paused for a moment and took mental stock of everything she had just listed. It all sounded like it was there. She looked back at her father and told him that was all. Zeus, impressed and very amused, granted her wishes. Artemis once again comes out of her reverie. Hermes is still talking. Artemis has never been, and probably will never be known, as a goddess of patience. She clears her throat loudly and smiles as Hermes comes petering into silence. She puts on her sweetest voice and asks him, in no uncertain terms, what it is that he wants from her. Hermes, knowing the game is up, finally gets down to business. He tells his sister of a passionate but short-lived love affair with a mountain nymph, which has produced a son, another mountain nymph. Hermes has already named the child Daphnis for the laurel tree under which he was born. Long story short, Hermes needs someone to raise the child for a few years and keep an eye on him. Artemis bites her tongue. Even though her brother is a god and an Olympian, she is certain he will never learn. Despite her reluctance, something inside her, a goddess's intuition perhaps, tells her that this child will be important. Artemis agrees to take the boy, but only after quite a long lecture to her brother about how actions have consequences. Hermes nods his head, putting on a face of complete innocence and repentance for about 30 seconds before he flits away on his winged feet in the blink of an eye. Artemis barely has time to sigh to herself before he's back bearing a bundle in his arms. Artemis takes the child and looks down into a perfectly lovely and cheerful face. The baby giggles at her happily. Hermes thanks his sister again and promises not to leave her the responsibility all on her own. He will send another of his sons to help. Artemis starts to thank him until she really thinks about what he has said. She starts to tell him not to send anyone, but Hermes is gone again. Just at this moment, the rest of Artemis's retinue arrives, bursting through the trees and underbrush. They see Artemis, the sunlight turning orange behind her, holding a baby. Artemis's 2 hounds come up to their master, and she kneels down to let them smell the bundle. They wag their tails and try to lick the divine child, clearly in agreement about the new member of the group. Artemis introduces the nymphs, satyrs, and human hunters to the child. They pass around tiny Daphnis, each person cooing at him as he goes by. Another sound comes from the forest, like someone stumbling slightly. A moment later, Pan appears. He is half goat, half man, like all satyrs. He is the musical and wily son of Hermes. He is also a god of the wild, shepherds, flocks, and the mountains. Despite Artemis's disinclination to accept Pan in the retinue as well, she grudgingly admits to herself that a god of the mountain wilds will be helpful in raising a mountain nymph. Artemis hands the child to Pan, who grins hugely and laughs like a billy goat. The child laughs in return. Artemis thinks to herself that there is no going back now. As the light of the day slowly fades to night, Artemis instructs her retinue to set up camp where they are. She entrusts the baby to Pan and departs without any of them for the palace of the Hesperides, where she keeps the moon chariot. Usually, the duty of driving the moon across the night sky is one that Artemis leaves to the much older goddess Selene, who is the personification of the moon itself. But tonight, Artemis needs to think. She needs the time to consider the implications of this child and her role as a goddess protector of children. Selene, happy to have an evening off, hands the silver reins to Artemis and returns to the palace. Artemis greets the pure white horses that pull the chariot before climbing aboard. The gates open and they launch into the unclouded sky. The stars seem to glitter and gleam in greeting to Artemis. The cool, fresh air blows her hair behind her. The horses move gracefully through the air, pulling the chariot higher into the sky. The giant spinning wheels gleam a pure silvery white, creating a glorious full moon, just like the one that shone the night Artemis herself was born many centuries ago. Below Artemis, the world passes slowly. The glowing fires of human settlements paint the landscape in a golden design, too complex and beautiful to map. As if in a mirror, the stars also shine in their constellations. Artemis passes the heroes, deities, and creatures that have been placed in the sky as everlasting beings. There is Ganymede, the cupbearer. As a mortal, he was a prince of Troy, renowned for his beauty and kindness. He was so universally loved that Zeus himself invited the prince to live on Olympus with the other gods and act as his cupbearer. Ganymede fulfilled his duties honorably and became so well loved, even amongst the gods, that Zeus placed him with the stars in the constellation Aquarius. Artemis passes Cancer, the crab. This giant beast was loyal to the Queen of Heaven, Hera, and was rewarded by being immortalized in the skies. There is even a whole family written in the stars. Queen Cassiopeia, King Cepheus, and their daughter Princess Andromeda can be seen shining together throughout the night. Zeus placed his hero sons Pollux and Castor into the sky as the constellation Gemini. Artemis waves to them, her half-brothers. These men were mortal heroes who were on the Argo with Jason in the quest for the Golden Fleece. They were so devoted to one another that they were allowed to be together in the heavens. They were twins, like Artemis and her brother Apollo. The night draws on, and Artemis can see the palace of the sun in the distance, where her brother's horses and their charioteer Helios stay. Helios is the brother of Selene, just as Apollo is the brother of Artemis. Eos, goddess of the dawn, also lives there. Even now, Artemis can see her waiting to greet the moon chariot before she throws open the gates of dawn for the chariot of the sun to begin its journey. Artemis leads the horses into the stables with barely a bump on the ground. After seeing to the horses, she makes her way back down to the earth, now ready to take on the future of little Daphnis. Artemis arrives back at the camp of her followers just as the dawn is breaking. Her hounds greet her as she makes her way to where Pan is sleeping, wrapped around the little bundle of Daphnis. She gently wakes Pan, and they discuss the child's future. The goat man is serious and measured during their conversation, an attitude that surprises Artemis, as he is usually very cheerful and bubbling over with energy. They chat for several hours and come to an agreement about the boy. Daphnis wakes up at the end of their conversation and gurgles happily at his caretakers. They beam down at him. Years pass in a flash for an immortal like Artemis. Daphnis grows to his moment of peak beauty, like all immortals, and stops aging. Now, Artemis runs through the woods once again. This time, there is an accompaniment to her strides, a lovely sound that plays around the ears like a couple of squirrels chasing one another up an ancient oak tree. It flits and flies through the air like sparrows on the wind. The melodies chase one another like the noble stag through the thickest wood. Artemis breaks through the forest and into a clearing. A few seconds later, the retinue comes through as well. They gather around Artemis as the song wraps around all of them. A young man is amongst them, playing the music on a set of panpipes. He is a permanent and dearly loved member of this group. He was taught his craft by Pan and plays even more beautifully than his master. This young man is Daphnis, blossomed into his full maturity. He is a nymph of the mountains, an Oread. Already, the humans in this area are starting to build little shrines for him when they go for walks in the mountains. He watches over them and makes sure their trail is clear. He leads them back to the trail when they get lost, and he makes sure that they arrive home safely. All the while, they hear the enchanting sound of his panpipes dancing through the air. Artemis often thinks back to the day that Hermes dropped this child in her care, and is grateful for her wayward brother. Daphnis, her nephew, is someone she loves dearly. He plays special songs just for her. He honors her as something between mother and sister. His devotion to her as both goddess and leader is unparalleled. Artemis has always been the protector of children, but this is the first one she has raised. Her family is large and sprawling, but this child stands out amongst the rest. She has loved watching him mature more than anything, and looks forward to an eternity of his companionship. Maya sits in her mountain cave and gently rubs the surface of her pregnant belly. She is one of 7 sisters known as the Pleiades, the lovely daughters of the Titan Atlas. It is her destiny to be set amongst the heavens as a 7-star constellation with her sisters. But that comes much later, when the age of man has overcome the age of myth. For now, she is simply a beautiful mountain nymph, an Oread. She awaits the arrival of her child in this cave she calls home. Found halfway up Mount Silene, this cave is no rude chasm in the rock. The ground is carpeted with soft moss. Across the walls grow lichen and bioluminescent mushrooms in delicate designs. At the back is a freshwater spring. It is a haven amidst the forested sides of the mountain. Maya, like her sisters, is normally a companion of the goddess Artemis. For years, she has spent her days running through the forests with the others, as light and silent as a herd of deer. Every night, they sleep under the groves of willow trees, with the soft earth as their bed. But now, Maya is about to enter a new phase in her life. Artemis, as a goddess of childbirth, has attended Maya for months, helping her prepare for the new arrival. Maya suspects that part of her friend's attentiveness is also due to the fact that the child will be a new sibling for her. Yet, the 2 friends have kept the pregnancy a secret, wanting to create a calm and peaceful environment for the birth. If everyone else knew there was to be another little god or goddess born, Maia would have no rest from visitors. Maia stops rubbing her belly and calls to Artemis. It is time. Artemis helps her friend through the entire process, and in the end, Maia holds a beautiful baby boy. Within minutes of his arrival, his eyes are open, and he is inspecting his mother's face eagerly. They wash him in the fresh spring and wrap him in blankets of lamb's wool. Artemis bustles around the cave while Maia stares down at the little god in her arms. She has never felt such a swell of love and contentment in her life. Maia stands and walks to the woven bassinet in the corner of the room, placing her son amongst the soft furs that line it. She stares down at the baby and names him Hermes. The baby smiles. Maia helps Artemis prepare a meal. The two friends wonder aloud what the baby's special powers will be and how his godhead will reveal itself. Their chatter is cut short when a tiny child's voice drifts over to them from across the cave. Maia returns to her son and gasps. Where a moment before she put down a newborn, there now sits a toddler. Still wrapped in the lamb's wool and with the same sparkling eyes, there is no doubt this is her child. Little Hermes waves at his mother and asks to be let out from the bassinet in a more precocious manner than any other child before. Maia does as he requests and sets him down on the floor of the cave. Under the stunned gaze of his mother and Artemis, Hermes stands unaided and takes his first toddling steps. He does 1 or 2 laps around the cave before turning to the goddesses and telling them in the matter-of-fact tone of all toddlers that he is going on a walk. Maia, as a first-time mother, has the urge to stop him, but she looks to Artemis for advice. Artemis assures her friend that this is a child of Zeus and he will not come to any harm. This seems like something they should let him do. Who knows what kind of adventure the godchild will have? Maia relents and, like any good mother, wraps her son up in warm clothes before watching him toddle away. With every step, he seems to become more sure-footed and comfortable with the action. It is in this way that Hermes goes into the world a mere few hours after his birth, seeking adventure. The young god walks all the way from Cyllene in the southwest of Greece, northwest to Thessaly. His wanderings take him to a large field populated with the most beautiful cows. They have large, soft brown eyes and silky golden coats. There are hundreds of them in this pasture, docile and calm. The young Hermes is drawn to them like a moth to a light. He runs his hands over their silky sides. The herd, far from being alarmed by the child, nuzzle him with their satiny muzzles. Immediately, Hermes decides he must bring them home as a gift for his mother. As if he's had many decades of practice, the young god herds the cows together and begins to lead them back the way he came. He rides in the rear of the herd, on the placid bull's back, giggling with joy. The return journey is long, but the sun is bright, and the child god has endless ways of entertaining himself. He sings songs, plays make-believe, and talks to the cows. Every once in a while, they low back at him. The warmth of the sun and the clear blue sky adds a perfect cap to this day. The heat of the day is offset by a soft, cool and playful breeze that whispers through the countryside. On either side of the road stretch golden fields of wild grasses. They carpet the rolling hills so that the world almost looks as if it's a sea of gold. Waves ripple here and there with gusts of light wind. While they plod along, Hermes spots something on the ground near the track. He makes a few calls, and the herd pauses in their stride, taking this time to munch on grass. Hermes climbs down from the bull's back and walks over to the object. It is a mottled, shiny tortoise shell. The sun reflects off its brown and amber patterns. The object has sparked Hermes' imagination. He picks a handful of flexible grass from the side of the road and gets the herd moving once more. As the cows amble slowly through the countryside, Hermes experiments and plays with the shell. His mind is alive with the possibilities of making something new. By the end of the day, as the sun begins to set, Hermes has completed his project. He uses his new toy to calm the herd and lead them through the night. The next morning, Maya awakens anxiously. Her newborn child has been gone for nearly a whole day now. Artemis tries to calm her with a cup of tea as the sun rises. Still, Maya can't help but worry. It's only when the two goddesses hear the gentle lowing of the herd and the footsteps of hundreds of cattle coming up the mountainside that they turn to the cave mouth. Smiling brightly at his own cleverness, Hermes leads the cows to the clearing outside the cave and runs up to his mother. Though the child that walked away yesterday looked to be no more than a toddler, and the one running towards her now could be at least 5 years of age, Maya knows it to be her own son by the glittering sparkle in his eyes. Hermes proudly describes his adventures in finding and taming the cows, herding them back home, and making a new toy. The two goddesses listen to the little god, and at the end of his tale, Artemis breaks out in a knowing smile. Maya asks her what is so funny, but Artemis merely replies that she expects they will have a visitor to their cave any moment now. Hermes, overcome with excitement, pulls at his mother's sleeve and demonstrates to her his new invention. He wove together the grass to make a tough twine and strung the twine across the tortoise shell. When plucked in a certain way, a lovely sound comes from the shell. Hermes is playing songs of his own invention for Maya and Artemis when a great sound comes from outside the cave. Artemis gets up and announces that the owner of the cattle has arrived. Sure enough, her golden brother Apollo stomps through the cave entrance, clearly in a rage. Apollo announces that he has followed the track of his golden cattle all the way from Thessaly to this cave and demands to know who is responsible for their theft. Artemis places a calming hand on her twin's arm and invites him to sit down. The three fully grown gods look down at Hermes as he clears his throat for an explanation. He opens his mouth, and out tumbles a waterfall of words. Despite being so young, Hermes has an impressive command of language. He is silver-tongued, recalling the story of the past 24 hours with delight. The story seems to float through the air and alight in the ears of the listeners. Apollo, his outrage gradually dwindling, is rapt by the tale. Even Maia and Artemis, who have grown used to the child's odd ways in the past day, are also spellbound by his story. Hermes is clearly a natural orator. When he comes to the conclusion, Hermes picks up the instrument he invented and starts to play. Artemis glances at her brother. His face is bright with intrigue. Apollo's eyes seem to be glued to the thing in Hermes' hands. Maia and Artemis leave the two half-brothers together as Apollo sits next to the younger god and asks him about the instrument. Hermes tells him that he calls it a lyre and begins to show Apollo how to play it. The sun creeps across the sky and the cows graze peacefully outside the cave while the two brothers play the instrument. Finally, Apollo seems to come out of his reverie and returns to the matter at hand. As if reading his mind, Hermes stands to speak first. He offers the lyre to Apollo as a gift and an apology for stealing his herd. Apollo, clearly trying to hold back his glee, takes the instrument. As soon as the golden god lays a hand on the lyre, a moment of stillness washes over the world. The colours of the land, sea and sky seem to become more saturated, the lights brighter and the shadows darker. As quickly as the moment arrives, it passes. The four deities inherently know what has happened. Apollo has gained yet another world of influence. He is now the god of music. Beyond being pleased with this, Apollo asks Maia immediately if he might take Hermes up to Olympus to introduce him to the other gods. Maia looks at her son, who has grown to what appears to be the maturity of a 12-year-old over the course of the day. She smiles her approval, and the two brothers depart immediately. While Apollo and Hermes make their way up to Olympus, Maia and Artemis return to the deep mountain groves and the darkest places of the forest. Maia will see her son often and knows that she cannot hold back the speed of his transformation. She is content to rejoin the retinue of Artemis, living always with the wind in her hair and the fresh mountain air. She looks forward to watching her son become one of the most revered and beloved gods. But for now, the babbling brooks are calling her, and the wilds are where she feels at home. Apollo and Hermes arrive on Olympus. The older god wastes no time in introducing Hermes to its inhabitants. Zeus greets his youngest son fondly, placing him at his side while his other half-siblings come up to meet him. Zeus and the other gods question Hermes intensely about his abilities, his likes and dislikes, and his desires. After the interview, Zeus looks up to his wise daughter, Athena, for confirmation. She nods slightly and smiles. Zeus stands, announcing to all creation that Hermes will henceforth be the god of orators, thieves, cowherds, merchants, and travellers. Again, the world becomes still and bright, while the powers of Hermes are cemented, and he comes into his full godhead. Hermes spends the next few days on Olympus, charming every single resident. His ability as a public speaker and orator is no less effective on a one-to-one basis. He is charisma itself. His eldest brother, Hephaestus, becomes so taken with the young god that he retires to his forge for 3 days, working hard at a marvelous present. During those 3 days, Hermes ages fully into the perfect image of youth. As with all gods, he has aged to the moment of his most perfect beauty, and will now stay this way forever. He is cheeky, funny, teasing, and charming. Soon enough, it's as if the young god has been on Olympus for as long as anyone can remember. Finally, Hephaestus emerges from his workshop. He presents Hermes with 2 incredible gifts. The first are winged shoes called Teleria. Hermes has already shown himself to be the fastest god on Olympus when playing on the athletics fields with his brothers Apollo and Ares. But now, he is the fastest being in existence. The sandals allow him to dart around the world in the blink of an eye. To accompany the sandals, Hephaestus has made him a winged hat called a petassos. These are to become his signature items. For the rest of eternity, the winged hat and shoes will be a symbol of the mercurial Hermes. With these new items, Hermes also receives new responsibilities. Zeus calls for the young god and tells him that he is to have the role as messenger of the gods. His way with words and his speed make him ideal for the job. Whether they be decrees of all creation from the mouth of Zeus himself, or intimate messages between the lowest nymphs, Hermes is the only one to be trusted with the words of the gods. And Zeus has a job for him right this moment. Hermes must go below and present himself to his uncle Hades, king of the underworld. Hermes sets off at once. With his winged hat and shoes, he soars through the air. He flies through clouds, feeling the way water condenses on his skin as he passes through their midst. The little droplets of water are quickly dried by the sun as he reaches new heights. Hermes keeps an eye on the green and brown speckled world below him as he flies. Here and there, the world glitters as a river snakes through the landscape, or a large lake sits between the trees. Finally, he reaches Lake Lerna and dives smoothly out of the air like a sparrow. Near the edge of the lake is a cave that serves as the entrance to the underworld. The world is not yet populated with human beings or mortals, so the great hydra that guards this entrance basks on a rocky outcrop in the sun. The hydra is a beautiful dragon-like creature. She has a long, graceful neck and glittering scales, the color of gold, bronze, and copper. Her long tail hangs over the outcrop and dips into the surface of the lake. As Hermes approaches, she opens one of her great golden eyes to gaze at him. The hydra is a creature far older than even the gods. She is the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, creatures that were born from Mother Gaia at the beginning of the world. Hermes, for all his youthful energy, gives the creature a cheerful wave and a smile as he darts into the cave. At this point in time, the underworld is free from souls. There are no mortals to populate the place when their lives have ended. That doesn't mean that the place is empty. There are many deities and immortals that call the underworld home. Hermes looks forward to the opportunity to meet them, as many are extended family. The first he comes across is Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog and sibling of the Hydra. Not quite the fearsome hellhound he appears to be from stories. The slobbery beast attempts to lick Hermes in greeting with all three heads at the same time. Attempts to lick Hermes in greeting. For a few minutes, Hermes throws several sticks for Cerberus before continuing on. The huge caverns of the underworld glimmer in the dim light of the bioluminescent plants that live down here. Hermes notices that the glistening is not from damp, but from the great seams of precious metals and huge growths of crystals that protrude from every wall. Hades is not just the god of the underworld, he is also the god of wealth. Hermes admires the quiet stillness of the place and the peaceful beauty. When he comes across an underworld resident, he stops to greet them with his cheerful manner. Styx, Erebus, Nyx, Tartarus, Charon, and Hecate all have the pleasure of meeting the newest member of the family. Finally, Hermes finds his way into the presence of Hades. His uncle greets him as warmly as a god of the underworld can. They have a meal together, getting to know one another. Hades rarely accepts guests, but he is intrigued by his new nephew. Hades offers Hermes his most important duty yet. He needs Hermes to become the arch-psychopomp, the one who leads souls to the underworld. It is an important duty, and one that will be important very soon. Hermes accepts the duty gladly. Uncle and nephew walk down to the bank of the river Styx. The waters are calm and cool as they flow through the underworld. The river has been here since the world was created, and she feeds the various unending chambers of the world below. Hermes considers how lovely the water sounds. He admires the dark beauty of the underworld. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect place to spend an afterlife. It emits an atmosphere of peace, rest, and relaxation. The way light reflects off the surface of the river paints the world in a pattern of dancing reflections. Hermes thanks his uncle for the meal and goes to take his leave. But Hades calls him back and presents him with a gift, a badge of office. Hades pulls out a large staff, nearly as tall as Hermes himself. Twisting around the central pole are two live emerald green snakes. It is topped off with a pair of silver wings. Forevermore, this staff will be the ultimate symbol of Hermes. It will last through the ages as a sign of those who walk the line between worlds. Hermes is a god of air, lightness, and all things quick. He is also a god of the palace of the afterlife. He flits between worlds as easily as he flies through the air. He is the Quicksilver God. See how he darts into the sky, gone before your very eyes. The first thing that the newborn god Apollo saw was the face of his twin sister, Artemis. She was born under the light of the moon and immediately began to help her mother Leto to deliver her brother. As the golden sun broke over the horizon, so Apollo arrived in the world. Leto, her children finally delivered to her, hugged her twins and gazed at the sunrise across the island of Delos. As Leto held her two newborns, she remembered a prophecy that came to her when she was pregnant. Through the haze of the memory, the words faded in and out of focus. It was like trying to catch water in her hands. Then, suddenly, the prophecy became as clear as day. She saw her son becoming one of the most beloved gods. She saw him ruling over music, science, medicine, and prophecy. Leto even saw that this very prophecy was not coming through her, but to her from her unborn son. Leto came back from her reverie and looked back down at her children. They were to be the divine twins. The twin deities were forever bonded from that moment on. As children, they were inseparable, though their likes and preferences were as different as the sun and moon. Zeus, their father, was determined that they were to grow to become fully fledged members of the Olympians. He encouraged their childhood curiosities in order to discover what they would be gods of as they reached adulthood. It was when Apollo and Artemis were about 5 years old that they discovered their major shared interest. They were playing in the high woods on the slopes of Olympus one day, under the watchful eye of Zeus. The two children challenged one another to see who could throw a stone the furthest. Apollo and Artemis were equally matched. Amused by their competition, Zeus showed them how to make rudimentary slings and throw their stones even further. Again, both children were evenly matched. Without any prompting from their father, they put their heads together and started working on something else. Every time Zeus got too close, trying to peer over their little shoulders, they admonished their father and told him to back away. Zeus gave them space and waited patiently. Finally, the twins turned to the king of the gods and showed him their new invention. They had attached the stone to a stick with a few leaves on one end. They then strung a stick so it bent slightly. By pulling at their little bow, they could launch their makeshift arrows further and more accurately than either sling or arm. Zeus, impressed by the genius of his children, called to his eldest son, Hephaestus. He told the twins to show their brother what they had made. Hephaestus watched in amazement as the twins demonstrated and chatted about ways to make their new toy even better. Hephaestus, gripped by a sudden inspiration, went off to his workshop immediately. The next day, he presented his little siblings with 2 fine gifts. For Artemis, he made a silver bow and a quiver of silver arrows. For Apollo, he made the same, but in shining gold. The twins were forever associated with archery, and neither one could best the other. Another of Apollo's powers came to fruition with the help of a different family member. Leto's mother was the Titaness Phoebe, who was known for her shining beauty. This shining quality was passed down to the twins, blessing Artemis with the light of the moon, and Apollo with the light of the sun. Phoebe was also the owner and guardian of a sacred site at Delphi. In the chasms on the hillside, there was a cave that held the omphalos, the stone that Zeus's mother Rhea gave to his father Kronos instead of the infant Zeus. Kronos ate the stone, which allowed Zeus to grow up in secret and eventually free his siblings, whom Kronos had eaten. Once Kronos was defeated, Zeus placed the stone in the keeping of Phoebe, who set it in this cave. As a result of the divine intervention, the cave was often filled with strange vapors. A silvery purple mist leaked out from the floors of the cave, painting the space with gossamer curtains of clouds. Phoebe gave this sight to her grandson Apollo, telling him that he could use it to unlock a special gift for mankind. The young god, now in adulthood, sat near the sea one day and pondered this mystic cave at Delphi. He knew that it would become a place sacred to humans for many centuries, and could even shape the destinies of the mortals themselves. His eyes landed upon a ship on the water. The sleepy vessel slid across the glittering blue waters with such grace that Apollo was struck by an idea. Apollo leapt into the water, and his body transformed the moment he dived beneath the surface. He became a smooth and powerful porpoise. Without hesitation, he swam towards the ship. Even to this day, sailors consider the sight of a porpoise to be good luck for this reason. These sailors waved and called to the animal, not knowing that it was a god in disguise. Apollo got close to the ship and leapt out of the water, landing on the deck. The sailors, worried about the health of such a lucky animal, pushed it back into the sea. 3 times Apollo leapt on deck, and 3 times the sailors sent him back. As the sailors were preparing to return the animal to the water once more, a woman stopped them. She came towards the animal and knelt by its side, gazing deeply into its eyes. She told the sailors that this was no ordinary porpoise. Suddenly, a breeze caught the ship's sails, and the vessel moved of its own accord towards the shore at Delphi. The woman told the ship's crew to allow the vessel to travel unheeded. She told them that she did not know how the knowledge came to her, but that they were now all in the hands of the gods. Once the ship reached land, the porpoise sprang off and transformed back into the form of shining Apollo. The ship's crew and their one passenger were welcomed by the young god. He told them they had been blessed and that they would now have a new life. Apollo initiated all of the men of the ship as his priests, and together they built a temple to him at the entrance of the cave. The woman became the first Pythia, or oracle of Apollo. She was the most powerful woman in all of ancient Greece. Travelers and pilgrims from all over the known world would make their way to the oracle of Delphi to ask her advice. The Pythia would hear their questions and step into the inner sanctum of the temple, deep into the vapor-filled cave. The mists would encircle her and envelop her in the prophetic power of the god Apollo, who would reveal to her the answer or advice needed. The Pythia, helped by the priests who attended her, would pass on the information to the asker. This most sacred order of Apollo stood at Delphi for millennia. Countless mortals, demigods, and gods themselves would come to seek the advice of the oracle. Sometimes her answers would be straightforward and clear. Other times they were little more than riddles or clues. Askers would offer prayers and gifts to Apollo, no matter what the answer happened to be. Those who ignored the Pythia or thought her answers to be a hoax soon came to regret their foolishness. The oracle at Delphi was seen as the only place in the entire world where mortals could have direct access to the gods and their wisdom. And so, prophecy came to rest under the powers of Apollo. The oracle at Delphi would come to influence the stories of nearly all the notable heroes and kings of the age. The most famous story, however, was that of Heracles. He was born with the name Alcides, and as a young man was struck with madness. He committed terrible crimes and went to the oracle of Delphi to discover how to purify himself and do penance for his wrongs. Apollo took pity on his half-brother and told Alcides, through the Pythia, that he must complete 10 labours under his cousin King Eurystheus. Before Alcides left for the quest that would eventually include 12 labours in total, the Pythia stopped him. The mists of the cave swirled around her as another message from Apollo came to her. She turned her bright eyes to Alcides and declared that in order to shed his shame, he must shed his name, taking up a new one. The huge hero stood transfixed. The Pythia's voice took on a new quality. It was as if another, deeper voice spoke with her own. She reached out a hand, and Apollo's voice renamed the hero Heracles. It was foretold that his name would travel through time and survive forever in glory and history. It's easy to see why humanity would come to worship and love Apollo more widely and completely than any other Olympian. In addition to his oracle at Delphi, Apollo also gave the human world 2 other gifts. Both were spread among the civilian world, by way of Apollo's sons. Apollo fell in love with a mortal woman named Coronis. He sent one of his white ravens to watch over the pregnant Coronis while he attended his godly duties. Because she was mortal, however, her life was destined by the fates to be fleeting. Coronis gave birth to a son, whom she named Asclepius. In order to save her from her fate or mortality, Apollo placed her among the stars as the constellation Corvus. He also turned ravens from white to black to forever symbolize his mourning over the loss of his beloved. Apollo took his baby son to one of his foster children, the centaur Chiron. Chiron had been rejected from his herd long ago, before the world was populated with human beings. Apollo had taken him in, raised him, and taught him much. In return, Chiron would now take Asclepius and raise the child. As the years passed, Chiron began to notice that the child showed a remarkable aptitude for knowledge and learning. His young mind was like a sponge, absorbing nearly everything that Chiron taught him. Before he was out of childhood, he knew all the herbs in Chiron's lexicon and their uses. He knew how to administer first aid and heal the most common maladies. He had even started experimenting with his own remedies. Apollo often visited Chiron and Asclepius at Chiron's home at the foot of Mount Pelion. He too was impressed by his son's growing knowledge. Chiron tried to teach the boy about other arts, such as archery, wrestling, poetry, prophecy, and music. Over the many centuries that Chiron lived among humans, he would foster numerous future heroes. He was used to boys taking to the arts of war far more than the arts of healing. Asclepius, however, had no interest in sports or fighting beyond that casual practice of staying physically fit. By the time Asclepius reached the age where teenage boys cut their long hair and officially became young men, he was a more accomplished hero than even Chiron. Asclepius waved goodbye to his foster father and ventured out into the world. He wandered from Mount Pelion up the peninsula and into Greater Greece. The day was bright under a pure blue sky. The heat from the sun was pleasantly offset by a cool breeze. Occasionally, Asclepius would glance up at the sun, where he knew his father was driving the sun chariot across the sky and keeping an eye on him. He heard the lowing of cows from the pasture next to the road. They sounded worried and discontent. A moment later, a snake appeared from the long grass at the edge of the pasture and slithered onto the road in front of the young man. Asclepius didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately rushed to the creature and took note of its injuries. It must have frightened the cows and been accidentally trampled. Asclepius used all his knowledge to heal the snake, not caring that it was a creature of the earth rather than a human being. Once he was finished, the snake revealed itself to be his aunt, the goddess Athena. Snakes were sacred to both her and Apollo. She revealed that due to her nephew's kindness and care, she would reward him. She whispered in his ear secret healing powers known only to the gods. With this knowledge, Asclepius made his way through the world, healing any and all who needed his aid. He set up some of the first medical centers. These places were dedicated to healing the body, mind, and spirit. They also served as training centers where others could learn the healing arts. Apollo had another son with the goddess Calliope, one of the Muses. Despite both parents being divine, the child was born mortal. They called the boy Orpheus, and he was raised by Calliope with the help of her 8 sisters, the other Muses. From the moment he was born, Orpheus was surrounded by art. Calliope herself was the muse of epic poetry. His aunts presided over history, hymns, dance, choral poetry, pastoral music, drama, comedy, and astrology. Their home on Mount Parnassus was a paradise for those searching to be inspired. Apollo himself would visit and teach the boy the art of composing and playing music. Apollo's lyre was given to him by his brother Hermes, but it was Apollo himself who created the art form. No one in creation was surprised as Orpheus quickly became the most accomplished and skilled mortal musician the world had ever seen. The only being who could play better than him was Apollo himself. Orpheus outstripped every nymph, satyr, and demigod with his beautiful music. The news of his skill also travelled with him as he set out into the world. He was asked to join the crew of a very special ship, the Argo. Jason, the young man who was leading the crew, insisted that they add a musician to the company of heroes. Orpheus accepted immediately. The seagulls wheeled above the harbour as Orpheus came down the dock with his lyre under one arm and a sack of belongings in the other. The dock was a flurry of activity as the ship was prepared for the upcoming voyage. Jason stood in the middle of the activity, directing people and answering questions. When he saw Orpheus, he greeted him warmly. Jason spoke excitedly of his plans, the ship, and the other crewmates. It seemed to Orpheus that nearly every great hero alive was going on this journey. Jason told his friend that he was not the only person chosen for something other than fighting skills. Jason called over another young man and introduced Orpheus to Asclepius. The two sons of Apollo stared at one another as the world around them quieted. The movement of the ship slowed and stopped. The seagulls froze in mid-air. Apollo appeared between his sons, his face beaming. No one can say what passed in those timeless moments between brothers and father. There were tears and laughter and hugging. Apollo spoke to both of them of his pride. Once Apollo allowed time to trickle back into the world, however, Orpheus and Asclepius were as close as any brothers could be. They went on the quest for the Golden Fleece with Jason and his Argonauts. Despite a crew full of heroes, the sons of Apollo provided services that would prove to be invaluable, saving the lives of their fellow sailors many times over. Without ever having to lift a sword, Orpheus and Asclepius showed they had many heroic qualities. Through these two shining examples of mortal heroism, Apollo provided the world with both music and medicine. His sons would eventually be worshipped as gods and raised to Olympus for their hard work. They earned their immortality. And yet, there is still one more important quality that Apollo gave to mankind. Some say that it's more valuable than prophecy, music, or medicine, because it gives a deeper meaning to our brief mortal existence. In the early stages of designing human beings with Zeus, the Titan Prometheus modelled his creations out of clay. He tried several different versions, not sure what he wanted humans to look like. Zeus was happy to let his friend deal with the design aspects, while he made plans for the great accomplishments that this new race would achieve. However, Prometheus ran into a creative block and needed some help. He asked Zeus for advice, but the king of the gods was not a creative person in that way, and suggested that Prometheus talk to Apollo. Apollo gladly offered his help and followed Prometheus to the banks of the river where he was working. It was the perfect place to sculpt. The river was cool, clear, and steady. Around the banks grew tall grasses and bright yellow irises. A willow tree hung gracefully over the water, providing a sheltered place to work. Prometheus had collected all different colors of clay in order to create a beautiful and diverse array of beings. Apollo looked down at the little figures and studied them. They were, to put it simply, not the most beautiful. They had too many limbs, and they were altogether too clunky. Apollo expressed his opinions to Prometheus, who agreed with him. He just didn't know how to fix them. He wanted humans to be as beautiful as the gods. Apollo suggested that Prometheus do just that. Make them the same general shape as the gods, with 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 1 nose. Prometheus liked the idea, but worried that to completely resculpt every figure would take too long. Apollo looked again at the clay figures. He told Prometheus not to start from scratch, but to simply split each one of these clunky figures in 2. Prometheus immediately got to work. He made 2 beings from each one, creating the humans that we would recognize today. Prometheus, Zeus, and Athena gave life to the humans, changing them from simple clay to living creatures. But it was Apollo that gave us soulmates. By splitting each original design into 2, every human was inherently connected to one another. Whether it be as a lover or as a friend, every person has a soulmate that is made of the same clay. Apollo gifted humanity with the opportunity for deep connection in ways that even the gods cannot truly understand. The great Grecian philosopher Plato wrote extensively about this concept of soulmates and how Apollo created this gift. He described the moment when 2 soulmates meet, saying, "And when one of them meets with his other half, the actual half of himself, the pair are lost in an amazement of love and friendship and intimacy." Someone sits under the sun, enjoying the feeling of its warmth on their skin. Beside them is the person they love best in this world. Someone who understands them completely. They can read one another's minds. They are there for each other at their best and worst. It's the person they can be their truest selves with, the person with whom they shared their clay. Music drifts through the air, tugging at their shared happiness in the way that only music can. It enhances the perfect nature of the day by providing an emotional underscore to this moment. These people could be a pair from ancient Greece, or a couple lounging in a park today. All these elements are gifts of Apollo, and he gives them to us freely, asking nothing in return, but that we give our thanks to the golden god. Semele sleeps in her room in the palace at Thebes. She is the daughter of Cadmus, the first hero, and his wife Harmonia, the daughter of Ares. As she sleeps, Semele dreams. She sees a beautiful fruit tree with glossy green leaves. It's heavy with strange fruit that she has never seen before. Each one looks perfectly ripe and tantalizing. There is a flash of lightning, and the tree is split in two, the lovely fruit falling to the ground. A bird darts out of the sky and alights on one of the branches of the fallen tree. It carefully plucks a fruit and flies off. Semele's dream follows the bird as it flies to a man. This man is tall and strong and gives off an atmosphere of power. The bird drops the fruit into the man's hand. He then does something very strange. The man presses the fruit against his thigh. When he takes his hand away, instead of there being pulp and fruit juice, he seems to be holding a tiny bull in the palm of his hand. The bull looks out at the world with eagerness and excitement. Semele wakes up. She barely has time to wonder about the strange happenings of her dream when she notices her room. The bed, walls, furniture, and even the floor are covered in vines. The vines have large, wide green leaves and clusters of little white flowers. The vines are wrapped around the posts of her bed and seem to weave around every object in the room. Semele calls out to her parents and siblings, who all come running to marvel at the plants. The arrival of the vines nearly drives the memory of the dream out of Semele's mind. And yet, the little bull and the expression on its face stay with her. Months later, Semele is down by the river, washing her sacred robes. She is a priestess of the temple of Zeus and is well known for being incredibly devout. As she washes her clothes, she sings to herself. She only looks up from her work when she notices a man on the bank of the river. Semele greets him kindly and stands to take a clear look at him. She is immediately struck by a sense of recognition. She feels that she knows this man, perhaps having met him before. The man is tall and gives off a familiar atmosphere of power. Being a priestess of Zeus, Semele upholds the sacred practices of xenia, or guest friendship. As a princess of the city, she greets the stranger warmly, welcomes him to Thebes, and offers him a share of her lunch. The stranger simply smiles and replies that it is he who has something to offer her. He pulls out a small earthenware jug, decorated with painted lightning bolts. Semele stares at the jug, her sense of recognition rising. The stranger explains to her that this jug is a gift from the god Zeus. It contains a piece of his heart. If she drinks it, she will give birth to a child that will be a god, something no other mortal woman has ever done or will ever do again. The trade, however, is that she will be escorted to the underworld sooner. She is free to decline the offer and live a long life amongst the other mortals, going to the fields of asphodel many, many years from now. Semele asks if she may take some time to consider the stranger's offer. He nods his assent, and Semele asks him once again to join her in her meal. The two of them sit on the bank of the river, chatting idly or resting in companionable silence, the lightning jar waiting between them. Finally, after a couple of hours, the stranger tells Semele that it is time to make a decision. Semele takes a deep breath and tells the stranger that she accepts this gift from Zeus. She is honored that he should trust her with a piece of his heart, and that she should play such a vital role in the creation of a new god. Without a word, the stranger holds out the jug to her. Their fingers brush as Semele takes the vessel from him, and, like a lightning strike, she suddenly knows how she recognizes this stranger. He is the man from her dream, and as surely as she knows herself, she realizes that he is her god, Zeus. Semele raises the jug to her lips, confident in her choice, and drinks the sweet liquid inside. When she lowers the jug, she finds that she is now alone. Semele's pregnancy progresses smoothly, and her family dotes on her. Semele glows with pride and joy. With every day that passes, she can feel her child growing strong and healthy. When she goes for walks by the river, sprouts and small flowers spring up from the earth where her feet touch the ground. She never stands in one place for too long, aware all the time of her bedroom after her dream. It is when she is on a walk by the river, about halfway through her pregnancy, that Semele sees him again. Zeus, in his human form, approaches her with another man by his side. This man is much younger, barely more than a youth. He wears a hat and carries a staff. As they get closer, knowledge of this young man blooms in Semele's mind, like the opening of a flower. He is Hermes, messenger of the gods and arch-psychopomp. Father and son greet Semele warmly. Hermes even hugs her, asking after her fondly and inquiring about the health of the baby. As the ground around Semele's feet grows thick with curling vines, Zeus and Hermes explain to her that the time has come for her to leave. Hermes is here to escort her personally to the Asphodel meadows. Semele is confused and looks down at her belly. Surely they must be mistaken. It cannot be time yet. As if reading her mind, Zeus places his hand on her belly. Semele feels a gentle warmth from his hand, and when he pulls it away, he holds a golden glow, nearly too beautiful to behold. Zeus presses his glowing hand into his thigh, where the golden light sinks into his skin. Semele smiles. The true meaning of her dream all those months ago becoming clear. Her child will be divine and mortal because it has been carried by both deity and human. Semele nods and tells Hermes that she is ready to go with him. While Hermes escorts Semele to her reward, Zeus makes his way back to Olympus. The child is destined to spend part of the term with his mother on Earth, and part with his father in the dwelling of the gods. Zeus can feel the gentle warmth of his son growing. Over the next few months, Zeus imbues divinity into the as yet unborn child. When the time comes for the new god to enter the world, Athena and Artemis are the ones to deliver their new brother. The child comes forth with 2 horns upon his head in the shape of the crescent moon. The first sound he makes is not the usual cry of a newborn, but a delightfully sweet laugh that fills Olympus. The king of the gods knows that it is of the utmost importance that Dionysus be raised on earth. Zeus places his infant son in the care of rain nymphs called the Hyades, who live in the mountainous region of Nysa. They shower the child with love and affection as he grows from baby to toddler to youth. When he is finally old enough to venture into the world on his own, he first decides to send up praises and offerings to his father Zeus. He asks his divine father to reward the Hyades for their kindness. Zeus happily obliges and sets the nymphs among the stars as the constellation that bears their name. Dionysus spends the first few years of his independence traveling around Greece and discovering his godly abilities. Aside from the cultivation of grapes, he also discovers his unique ability to bring joy wherever he goes. He encourages a willingness in others to forget or put aside their troubles, release their inhibitions, and embrace a sense of liberty. This freedom is both wild and passionate. Dionysus finds that what he gives to humankind is more ethereal than the sciences or arts of Apollo, but just as valuable. The years go by, and Dionysus begins to turn his attention within. He is both mortal and immortal, tied more closely to humankind than any other god. He can walk the line between both. He thinks of his mother, Semele. She sacrificed a long and peaceful life in order to make her son a god. Dionysus, firm in his belief that he can bring joy to anyone, makes his way to the one place where joy is not often seen. He travels to the court of his uncle Hades and aunt Persephone. If anyone was in doubt of Dionysus's power before he ventured to the underworld, they would be utterly convinced by simply watching him stride up to the banks of the river Styx and cheerfully hail the boatman, Chiron. As soon as he sees Dionysus, the ancient immortal feels an unfamiliar sensation in his face. The corners of his mouth creak upwards, and he finds himself smiling widely at the young god, before offering to take him across to the other side, free of charge. Chiron, who may not have even smiled once in the entire history of the world before today, is laughing and grinning with Dionysus all the way across. By the time the little boat gently knocks against the shore, they are fast friends, and Dionysus gives Chiron a hug before venturing on. Dionysus next comes to the huge, slobbering and slathering figure of Cerberus. The three-headed dog is not only famously foul-tempered, but also monstrous in size. It is nothing short of magic, then, when a moment later the huge beast is lying on its back, tail wagging, and allowing Dionysus to scratch its belly. As Dionysus walks further into the gem-studded tunnels, he can hear Cerberus whining after him, sad to lose his friend so quickly. Dionysus winds through the caverns and deep halls of the underworld, often passing the shades of mortals. None can resist returning his smile and friendly greeting. Finally, Dionysus comes to the palace of Hades. It seems to have grown naturally from huge crystals, and it glitters in the dim light of the underworld. Dionysus makes his way to the throne room, gazing in awe at his aunt and uncle sitting upon their onyx thrones. Persephone, the goddess of spring, as well as the queen of the underworld, greets her nephew warmly. She smells of fresh dew on the mossy earth and seems to glow with an inner light. Her husband, Hades, is stony-faced and regal. This is going to be a tough nut to crack, even for the likes of Dionysus. Persephone invites the young god to dine with them. He regales her with stories of his youthful adventures. Persephone laughs easily and hangs on his every word, whereas Hades barely says a thing. Finally, As Dionysus pauses for breath, Hades speaks. He bluntly asks his nephew why he came to the underworld. Dionysus, understanding that his uncle is not a god to be trifled with, lays his cards on the table. He talks about his mother and the sacrifice she made for him. He expresses the depth of his passion for his cause and how desperately he wants to repay her. He talks about how grateful he is to be both God and human. Once he finishes, Hades nods slowly and tells him that he may collect his mother from the fields of asphodel, where the shades of humans spend eternity amongst flowery meadows. As Dionysus turns to go, he pauses and asks Hades what convinced him to grant his wish. Hades responds that it was the unbridled passion and love he heard in his words. Dionysus collects the shade of his mother, distinguishing her from every other shade as surely as he knows himself. He takes her hand and leads her back into the world of mortals, and then further to the realm of Olympus. Finally, he places her into the starry heavens, where she lives an immortal life as a star. Twice now, Dionysus has placed those he loves into the heavens, directly and indirectly, and it shall not be the last time. Dionysus returns to Earth after his mother is safely installed in the heavens. He enjoys spending time with humans. He rides through the lands and islands with a great train of followers, revelers, and companions. Pan, the half-goat god of rustic music, is chief amongst the group, as well as the other satyrs and their father Silenus. Various nymphs and minor deities join the group as it travels through Greece. Dionysus's chariot is pulled by 2 leopards, and he wears ivy woven into a crown in his hair. He rides to the sound of the music, dancing, and laughter of his followers. It is this motley crew that a young woman can hear from the other side of the island. Her name is Ariadne, and she was abandoned here on the island of Naxos by the hero Theseus. She has been sitting on the shore, sullenly tossing stones into the surf and inwardly cursing the young Athenian. After everything she did to help him get through the labyrinth, defeat the Minotaur, and escape safely, he still left her here on this island because his crew grew superstitious about having a woman on board. Now she sits, her stones forgotten, as the sound of Dionysus and the revellers draws closer. Playful music weaves on the wind and blends with the sound of the surf. It seems to be coming from everywhere. And in the blink of an eye, she finds herself surrounded by the joyful group. Nymphs are singing, satyrs are playing music, and mortals are dancing with immortals all along the beach. Ariadne turns to see a beautiful chariot, more finely made than any she had ever seen in her father's royal court on Crete. It is pulled by two sleek and powerful leopards. And yet, before the chariot can even come to a full stop, the young man driving it leaps onto the sand, his eyes glued to hers. Ariadne feels herself blush, all thoughts of the childish Theseus banished from her mind. It is perhaps the first and most genuine occasion of love at first sight. Needless to say, Dionysus and Ariadne spend every waking and sleeping moment together. He makes her his queen and consort. They spend most of their time not on Olympus, but in the world of humans. Neither of them really notice as the years start to slip away. They go on to have 11 children together. Their happiness is unbounded. And yet, Ariadne still ages because she is mortal. Dionysus waits for her to decide, never pressuring her for a decision. But one day it comes, and all she has to do is look at him for Dionysus to know. He raises her to the heavens, just as he did with his mother. He uses her wedding coronet, a perfect tiara of diamonds, to create the constellation that will be her home for eternity. To celebrate the immortality of his love, Dionysus organizes a festival amongst humankind. He, along with a couple of the muses, instructs a group of humans on how to create and perform a play. He teaches them about the 3 kinds of play: comedy, tragedy, and satire. Dionysus promises to reward the playwright who presents the best 3 plays at his festival. Rehearsals run all through the day and night. Scripts are written and rewritten. The people prepare eagerly for this very first theatre festival. By the time the day of the shows arrives, even the gods are brimming with excitement. Near Athens, there is a natural amphitheatre formed by the earth. gods, satyrs, nymphs, immortals, and humans gather on the grassy turf to watch the plays. They all tell the stories of gods and heroes, stories that everyone knows, are retold with heightened drama and excitement. The audience laughs, cries, gasps, and sits in awe over the course of the day. Finally, as the last rays of the sun start to dim, the festival draws to a close. The gods confer about the quality of the plays. The tragedies were so desperately sad and yet cathartic in their expression of woe. The comedies had them all nearly splitting their sides with laughter. The satires, which of course the satyrs liked best, were sharp and witty. How will Dionysus be able to choose a winner? Dionysus stands in front of the assembled group. He holds out his arms as if to embrace the entirety of existence and glances up to the sky. Even with only the first few stars visible, he can see the coronet of Ariadne and feel her warm starlight on him. Dionysus tells the audience that he cannot choose a winner and that he is equally impressed by all the playwrights. But equally, he tells them it is not his place to judge the art of humankind. What does a god know of the complexities of the human experience? Every year from now on, there shall be a theatre festival held here, and the people of Athens will choose for themselves who they deem to be the best playwright of their age. They can use theatre as a tool to explore what it means to be human. They can also use it to bridge the gap between the worlds for just a few hours and stride across the stage as gods. All Dionysus asks in return is that they crown a winner in his honor. For many centuries after, Athenians held the Dionysia, the festival of Dionysus. The central events of the festival were theatrical productions. It was this festival that produced the fathers of Western theatre, such as Sophocles, Euripides, and Aeschylus. It grew to become the second most important festival to the ancient Greeks, and even migrated to the Roman world as the Bacchanalia, or Festival of Bacchus. Others of the Olympians might be better remembered or perceived as more powerful than Dionysus. After all, when compared to the sky, the sea, the earth, the sun, and the moon, a god that is half human seems to fall short. But the true power of Dionysus lies in his humanity and in the fact that he knows better than any of the rest of the Olympians what makes humans human. For this, we are bound to love and appreciate him as the god of those most important attributes of life: freedom, passion, revelry, theatre, and liberation.